Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are finally back with oxygen not included, and of course with our slightly stinky, but generally pretty decent base. I mean, I've seen better, but it'll do. Let me take a look in chat here. We have Alfie, we have Keonis, we have Von Rhineland, and Amigo is here for the first time before I start, which is, of course, absolutely amazing. And, of course, thank you for joining today in the first place, Amigo. And I'm glad you made it that early. And it looks like the Dragonheart is here as well. Well, hello to all of you. And again, thank you all for joining. Let's jump into this and let's see what we can tear up today. Last time around, we got a hell of a lot done. We put in a second steam vent tamer that is still dormant for another 48 cycles, so it looks like. Pretty sure this thing is done. We're gonna check it out here in a minute. We also put in this fancy little Draco ranch right here. More Dracos are arriving slowly but steadily. Definitely getting there. And yeah, overall, I would argue that sustainability has been reached. We have the iron volcano right here and the copper volcano up here on the top. Both of them are 100% tamed. And we should have a few more. Didn't we find a gold one somewhere? I feel like it's this one right here, isn't it? Let's take a peek. Nope, that's a cool slush geyser. Where's the gold? Where's the gold at? Could be right beside it, maybe. Is it here? Yes, right here. I knew it was somewhere up here. Just didn't remember if it was this one or this one. But yeah, we have a gold volcano right here. Most definitely something that we want to get our hands on. So that is certainly something that we will work on. But on the other hand, right here, this little doodad here tells us that this here is the teleporter room. So that is also most definitely something that we want to get close to. So I would say, let's start with that. We can dig all the way through here. And then we need to put in a single tile right here. And that allows us to have an Atmos suit on directly while going in there as well. That, of course, makes our life a hell of a lot easier. Dragonheart says, first time watching live. That is awesome. And Tack also finally catching a live stream. That is absolutely amazing to see so many of you being able to catch a live stream today. Welcome aboard to all of you, of course. Why do we still have this random wall here? Not entirely sure. This entire area here is a complete mess. Now, hold your horses. What is even going on here? We do have our thimble reeds, of which we have now 620, so I would argue it's not really a priority, but still, there's so much more polluted water. That is extremely cold at negative 13 degrees. Yeah, 0 degrees. A little bit too cold for our use, so we will have to refine it slightly, but that shouldn't be a problem either. Okay, let's take a look here. We're going to go a ladder, probably... we should be able to put it right here. That should be just fine for our purpose. Because what I want to do is just put some tiles across here. Doesn't even have to be that far, to be very honest. This here should be just fine. Let's make that happen. And then on the other side, we're going to come with this ladder here straight down. And just going to come straight through here. And make this here a little bit of a bigger basin. Then we're going to grab us a filtered liquid pump and plop it down. In F6, we're going to grab us, of course, a liquid pipe. As well as in F2 the heavy rod wire, and plug that in as well. Alrighty, once we have all of this here, we are going to release all of this nonsense here. Everything all the way through here. All of this here, we're going to feed it straight into our thimble reeds, of course. But for that, we need one more thing. As a matter of fact, a couple more things. We will need this here done before the digging, please. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, Keonis, you're here to already dig this, aren't you? Yeah, I had a feeling. That is, of course, a slight issue, so let's hold off on these here, at least until we have our tiles here in first. Alright, that's the order of operations that we need, and once we have that, of course, we can go to utilities, grab us a liquid tapidizer, and plop it, maybe... I mean, all the way over here somewhere, probably something like this here should do. And we're just going to hook that up to power in F2. Of course, the heavy rod wire. We're just going to expand this bad boy, bring it all the way over. And then in automation, we're going to grab us a thermal sensor, plop it all the way. Yeah, I don't care. Really, right here maybe. Will do. And hook it up. Okay, that should be plenty. And of course, you released the polluted water. Thank you. Should have seen that coming. But what should I say? What should I say? It's always the same with our dudes. No matter what you do, at the end of the day, they will find a way to still do it in the wrong order. Let's put our dupes in here. Perfect. I just saw we had BioCroc running around here with basically no health left. So that's, of course, a problem. Icarus says, hit the like button with priority 9. That's right. That is correct. That is 100% correct, in fact. Let's get rid of all this nonsense here. Bobby Dollar is users. Moin, Bobby. How you doing? Thanks for joining. Of course, the 2 pieces of ladder right here will allow the rest here to be completed, so we can bring the rest here down. All super simple and straightforward. What about this gold volcano right here? We should at the bare minimum take a look at it, so we at least know what we're dealing with, I suppose. That would be a good start. What do we have here? Naphtha? I can't not remember having naphtha here. Oh, that's right. We had a little bit of an accident over here, didn't we? That's right. We had some naphtha that we just put into a cold spot, so it becomes a liquid, or stays a liquid, better to say. Monster the Po TV, thank you very much for joining or following, better to say. Truly appreciate it. Over on Twitch, of course. We boiled some plastic. Yes, that is precisely what happened, Kionis. I just had to remind myself. I'm like, what happened? It's like, oh yeah, that's right. We had a little accident. We had, in fact, a little accident. Let's come through here. Let's get into this neural vaccinator right here. And then let's make our way over to the right. And then maybe also consolidate all this polluted water here while we are at it. I mean, might as well, I suppose. Yeah. Other than that, looking decent. Just need to get through here. And Bobby D is following on Twitch as well. Thank you very, very much for that, Bobby. Truly, truly appreciate it. Alright, let's make this here happen. A couple of ladders, maybe one here, maybe one there. That should do it. That should allow the dupes to make it all the way through here. At least without too much trouble, I suppose. And while we are at it, let's inspect this nonsense so we can take a closer look at what we're dealing with. Alright, dupes. Plenty to do. Let's make it happen all around. Looks like we got this here already done. Very nice. That means we can just keep on going all the way through here. And you know what? While we're here, it looks like a nice area with some sand in it. Let's grab this sand here as well. Okay. If I remember correctly, it were from the pumps that got cooked. Yeah, it was vacuum pumps, if I remember correctly, that we cooked slightly. Okay, let's take a look at this one here so we don't have to worry about it anymore. There's some water here. It looks like there's nothing left on the ground on the inside, so there's really no reason to keep this here open at all. In F6, we have water, polluted water, very nice. Our water in here is at 90, 93, 86, 83 degrees across the board. That's pretty nice. That's pretty decent. But what do my eyeballs see here? How the hell do we have polluted oxygen in here? With slime lung? What? How? Didn't we create a vacuum in here last time I checked? Really? Really, apparently. Okay, looks like we gotta do it one last time, but that should be pretty straightforward. Let's just do it with a vacuum pump, that's fine. Make it out of steel, that's also fine. It doesn't matter, it shouldn't take too long to make this here happen. Let's rip out these metal tiles here in the middle. We don't have any steam created yet, so we are in decent shape to make this here happen. What do we have here? It looks like there's some extra piping here that nobody needs. Oh yeah, that's right. We created a blueprint. And on the original blueprint, we went out to the right. And that's exactly why you double check. Apparently we built this stuff here. We don't even need it because we are coming out to the left and we did build that. That's right. All the way down here to our Escher waterfall to keep a hold of our water. That's right. That is correct. Now I remember. I was like, what are these random ass pipes here? Yeah, okay. That's what that is. That makes sense. Let's rip it out. We don't need it. Let's reclaim that stuff. And then let's come through here somewhere. Yeah, why not? You know what? As a matter of fact, we're going to come over here with a high pressure gas vent. And that will make our job here in our life a hell of a lot easier. Last but not least, of course, we will need a little bit of power. But we're just going to steal that straight from right there. And then we can start creating our vacuum here and then close it off and be done with this here for good. Very nice. Okay. Looking decent. How are we doing down here? We have a little bit of water here. That's very nice. We have a little bit of polluted water all the way down here. We can grab that later. Who is scalding? Oh, Nilmer, of course. Yeah, you're going to come in here real quick just to get the metal tiles out. That is, of course, suboptimal. But shouldn't be too big of an issue. So just make sure that these here have a high priority so they get done right away. And then the dupes can get the hell back out of here once this pump here is done. Okay, very nice. Either way, down here on the bottom, we do have all of it, except, of course, our filter pump. Need that now. Let's plop it in. That is fine. What is it built out of? Copper. That's okay. And then we just need to bring our dupes, or tell our dupes, better to say, to basically get rid of most everything here. I mean, we don't need any of this stuff. Let's get rid of it. Might as well. Let's erase it to the ground, as that should be. We just need our dupes here to be able to walk through. Let's make it like this here. And get rid of the extra ones. Much, much nicer. Who's scalding once again? You're gonna get out of there? Okay, just making sure. Shouldn't be a problem anymore once we have achieved a vacuum as well. But Nilmer, you should probably go lay down somewhere, instead of coming back here over and over and over again. Music Kitty is here, and greetings chat and beer. Greetings to you as well, Music Kitty, and thank you very much for joining today. And you know what? Celebratory, we should have plenty of blueprints here. What I figured. Let's open up the first one right away today, since we have plenty to get through. Oh, and look at that. We have a new overjoyed response for the balloon artist. The mush bar glitter. They float and sparkle in common quality. Very, very nice indeed. Okay, the vacuum pump's coming in. Croc's getting it done. Very nice. Good job. And we are pumping. Or we are not, because we are still missing this bad boy. Looks like we're needing 5 kilograms worth of lead. Probably all the way on the bottom of the base somewhere. Not optimal, but should still be obtainable. And we should have this here built in no time. Okay, this here is done. Let's make sure we dig our way through all of this nonsense over here on the right side. Let's give it a high priority so the dupes actually make all of this here happen. Dupes should be able to get through here, no problem. Let's get rid of all the nonsense that we do not need anymore for anything at all. And then let's come through here with some extra ladders as well. We will need them one way or another, so we might as well plop them in right away. Okay, very good. And then we can dig all of this here out without too much trouble in the first place. Okay, and right here as well, 4 high. Yes, this is the appropriate position for the ladder, which should allow us to reach anything and everything in this vicinity. Okay, very good. How are we doing up here? Yeah, that's gonna be out of here in absolutely no time. We should be able to start cleaning up a little bit after ourselves here as well. Very, very good. Thankfully, we have 46 cycles left, which is, of course, more than sufficient for anything that we are trying to do here. Where's our tunnel? Here it is. What else is in our way here? Quite a lot, actually. A lot more than I expected, honestly. Not gonna lie. But right here, we're gonna come straight through, and then we're gonna come with our ladder, I don't know, all the way to here. Sure, why not? And then let's come back down with a fire pole. All the way to right here as well. All we have to do is a little bit of deconstruction work in the meantime as well. Very, very nice. Ice is here, says Hobby the Air ain't. Good evening. All good evening to you as well, Ice. And of course, thank you very much for joining today. Hope you're doing all right. Oh, that's funny. I feel like I built this at the beginning of the last stream, where I wanted to move these storage bins downwards. And it sure as hell looks like that never happened, did it now? Well, we can do it this time. The reason behind it is so the dupes cannot keep these farm tiles here fed, because these 3 here are reachable by dupes on these tiles. If the tiles are further down, these 3 here won't be reachable anymore, and we stop wasting our valuable phosphorite if we are not actually using our material study terminal. That is the reason, and that's why we are doing it. Alright. Should have done that a long time ago. Kind of forgot about it. Shit happens, but that is okay. Copy the settings over here. So we have that. Looks like this teleporter here. The other one is disabled. Of course, that makes sense, and that's fine. The conveyor loader right here doesn't have power, but this one here is ready to go. Where's the other one? Oh, right here it is. Oh, that's simple. That, of course, makes our life very easy. Let's make it happen. Let's come in here. Let's activate this bad boy once we can. So we have it once again, of course, available to us. All, of course, in preparation to go over to our second planetoid. Or asteroid, to be more precise, I suppose. Let's dig these two tiles here out to just make sure that our polluted water runs over to the right and not over to the left. Because that is not necessarily where we want it. Not that it matters, but still, might as well take care of it while we can. Also, all of this nonsense right here, the truth is we don't need any of it, so let's rip it all out. That is also true for this bottom layer right here. We don't need any of it. Let's get rid of it. All we need is a couple of pieces of ladder here eventually to still be able to walk through here. Also, this here can be demolished while we are at it as well. The more of the stuff here we can get out of here, the better it is for us in the long run. Okay, making good progress. Very good progress here. Just need to get this water here down and out of the way. This gives us a very nice area right here, very close to a natural gas geyser that is currently dormant on top of everything else. So that's very, very nice. So we could make this here an industrial area. That's a nice empty space. And having the natural gas right here could work out in our benefit. So let's see how that works out in the long run. But for right now, let's tame this bad boy right here. Grab the natural gas, build the infrastructure that we require, and also move the water out. We are not really after the simple reads. That's not what it's about. We have still 622 sitting around. And we have our Dracos going and what else. So that's not what we are after. But it's still a nice, benefit on the side, I suppose. Okay, very good. Everything here is coming off. Everything here is getting demolished, as that should be. Here, let's build some ladders across here so we can reach the right side whenever we want to. We are ready for it. And what is this here, by the way? I can't recall. A carbon dioxide geyser. Yeah, that's completely pointless. Let's get rid of it. But at least now we know what we're dealing with here. And you know what? Just to avoid further confusion in the future, why not? Let's just dig all the way through here. 4 high. Then 4 high here. And let's dig it out so we can see it from now on. And we know at all times what we are dealing with. And this one piece of granite here, well, of course, keep it shut so we don't have to deal with the actual output of this nonsense. Very, very nice. Exactly as that should be. Only problem is eventually we won't be able to reach this area here anymore. So I'm going to probably just going to extend this ladder here through because why not, I suppose. You know, it would be a lot nicer, actually, if we would do that with this ladder here. Yeah, you know what? That does look nicer. This neural vaccinator right here, there's a 0% chance that we will ever recharge it. Let's rip it out as well. Let's keep this here straight. Let's come through here with a ladder. And let's build this here, rip the rest out. Yeah, it's gonna look much nicer in the long run. I am absolutely certain of it. Duplicants have died? Wait, what happened? Oh my goodness! You suckers got stuck over here. Literally behind sand. Oh, Keonis. Really? How did I not notice that? Where was my error message for it? I mean, okay, it says here starvation, but yeah. That is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate, Keonis, because you were our #1 digger. You were our #1 digger. What are we gonna do now? That sucks. That really sucks. I mean, we don't need more tests from monuments because Keonis is going to come back, but unfortunately, not with the same skills as before. Not in a long shot. So now we have Bio Keonis. There we go. But what are we now going to do with you? That's the bigger question. You do have a digging booster, though, to start with. That's nice. I guess we're just going to shove you full with digging boosters until the end of all days, I suppose. You also should please wear the suit. Thank you. There we go. Let's go back to the priorities and let's see what we have available here for digging. Looks like Nilmer is pretty decent at it. It looks like Keonis, of course, will be. And that's all we got. Wow, that's sad. That's sort of sad. Let's see what we can do about it. Where's the digging booster? I do not remember. Is it a soldering station or no? Looks like the extreme digging booster is here. Let's make one of these bad boys. And the normal digging booster has to be then in the crafting station, I suppose. Let's make a couple of these here as well. There we go. Alrighty. Let's level him back up and then go from there. Okay, other than that, looking pretty decent. Still need to try to get onto this natural gas while it's still dormant. I did not notice it being dormant last time. Did it just go dormant or did I literally just not see it? Did you want forever on the advanced digging booster? Did I press forever? Oh. Nope. I wanted one of these. Only one. Not forever. Most definitely not forever. Oh god. Okay, ladder's coming in. Very nice. Let's put this here in. Just like that. Let's rip this here out. Just like this. Okay. Very good. That works. Yes, Kionis. No, I did not want that. You're 100% correct on that one. Sure as hell did not. But let's dig our way through here while we're at it. Oh, one piece of ladder roughly right here should make that happen. Where is this going to be stuck over here, though? If we do so. It should be fine. Not too worried about it. Not too worried about it. Actually, no, he won't be. As long as we built this one piece of ladder, he won't be. What else can we do in the meantime here? We can't just go straight deeper right here and rip all of this nonsense here out. We're just going to keep the abyssal, but everything else can go, should go, will go. And then we're just going to consolidate all this water here as far down as we can. Feed it into here. Then make sure that we set this here to like 30 degrees or something. So set a green signal as long as the temperature is below 30 degrees. Which of course heats up our water. May have to wait a second with that because we are not yet in water. But we will be very, very soon. Okay, let's dig this here up once we can. Let's dig this here up, which we can already do. Very nice. And then let's just consolidate. Very, very good. And then the natural gas right here is going to be next on our list. Very simple and straightforward, as we usually like that kind of thing. We will probably need some kind of transformer here, or we go with a liquid lock, either way. Hello, my favorite salmon and berries lover. Wait, what? What am I missing here, Gabriel? Oh, God. Let's put that in. Onto a 9, so we can build these two pieces of ladder right here, make our way over here. And then, of course, rip all of this here out, and then come all the way through to the left. And sure as hell, it looks like we're heating this water here up quite drastically. Thankfully, it doesn't matter at all, because this here is so cold, it's gonna cool it right back down. Or am I translating beer wrongly? I think you are translating beer wrongly, because beer literally just stands for, well, beer. It's just literally the German word for beer. Okay, let's rip these here out. Should all be reachable. Dupes just have to come by and get it done. What are we working with here? What are we actually pumping out of here? Yeah, that's what I thought. This pump here needs to be relocated much, much further down. Quite drastically further down. And that should have probably happened a hot minute ago, and it hasn't, but that's okay. Let's get rid of it, and let's redo it further down so we can actually get rid of the carbon dioxide and not just the polluted oxygen. The polluted oxygen should sink lower, and we don't just want to pump it out. German beer, that's right. I've always thought it was bear. This explains a lot of strange looks. Yes. Yes, that would in fact explain those strange looks, indeed. That is funny as hell, though. Guess I got a little bit more to go in Duolingo. Yep, that may be. That may well be. All right, so now we're going to set this here to polluted water, which we're going to start pumping. But of course, now that polluted water is extremely cold and it's not going to help our thimble reeds here in any way, shape, or form. There's one more thing that we need for that. That is not that, but we need to make this here a loop. So once the water gets warmer, we are actually starting to pump that up there, because what's going to happen is the water's getting pumped up here. And once the body temperature here is low enough, all these here will stop and the water flow will stop as well. And that is, of course, going to be a slight issue. The water here is getting colder and colder and colder. The more cold stuff that we are pumping in there, or letting flow in there, to say, I suppose. And there's even more stuff up here that I also want to bring down there, so might as well get started on that. Just so we can consolidate as much of this stuff here as possible, so we don't have to deal with it later in any way, shape, or form. At all, preferably. They're going to have a ladder right here so the dupes can come in from the bottom, but of course they can also come in here from the left if we build another piece of ladder right here. That'll do it. And then we are just going to grab as much of the stuff here at once, plop it all down here, and from here, let it drain down to the bottom left. And it sure as hell looks like we don't have a super duper hard digging skill. Great! That is amazing! Who was it? Nilmer. How do you... Oh, you have excavation 1, and that's why you are so much better than everybody else. Oh my god. That's sad. Then we have a somewhat newish dupe with skill points. That is a slight issue right now. Not gonna lie, not having a digger is a problem. A substantial problem, if even, to say the least. Saturated is our engineer, Scarlet Pass, Varick, Words. We don't really have a dupe that has the morale available to do that type of thing. That is an issue. I think the best one would probably be Brandon, but Brandon right here already has so many skill points. Saturated love digging. Yeah, he does, but man, that brings his morale up hard. But what choice do we have, I suppose? What choice do we have? Let's go back to priorities and let's find a saturated. You should be here somewhere, brother. Where are you at? Where are you at? There you are. And let's give you digging full force as well. Good grief. Give yourselves, I'll take a bath. My head is feeling strange for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what to do with that, Gabriel, but I hope it helps. Okay, what's our water temperature? 20 degrees. Yeah, our thimble reeds here will die very, very soon. Very, very soon. Just a question of time, really. And let's dig in here from the top first. Get rid of this stuff. Get rid of this stuff. And get rid of this stuff. Yeah, all of this here, actually, we can get rid of. Perfect. Let's make that all happen as fast as possible, please. And that is, of course, not exactly what I wanted. Not that it matters too much, but still, come on, dudes. We want to go here downwards, preferably not over there, but sure. The difference is thankfully not that large. I guess I was a one-man show. Yes, you were, apparently. You were, apparently, indeed. But Saturated is here, on the job. Trying his best. Some big footsteps to fill here, but he's trying, he's trying. I have absolute faith, let me put it that way. There's our tile. There we go. Let's redirect all that stuff over here to the right. Here, just some soup. Doesn't really matter. Anything can go in here, as long as we can grab as much of the polluted water as possible. I am pretty happy with the result, probably. It looks like right here we should be able to do something dumb like this. Get rid of most of this here and then start going from right to left. Should be just fine. In the words of the great Icarus, press that like button with a number 9 priority. That's right, we're only at 18 likes, guys. Maybe we can get that number up just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Maybe that's possible. Maybe. Okay. All right. That was some good digging there, Cookie. Good job. Well, let's get this here out as well. And then let's see if whoever comes by can get stuck over here as well. Here we're saturated. Yeah, that's why here nothing happened. Because we couldn't. We didn't have a living dupe with the appropriate skills. So yeah, there's that. Come on, dupes. Let's make it happen, will ya? Also, the same is true down here. Wow, saturated came in with a vengeance, apparently. With an absolute vengeance. Okay, let's try this one more time here. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on, get yourself stuck. That should do it. Alrighty. Perfect. And that should kill the rest. Very nice. Do you already have Drekos? Yes, we have plenty of Drekos. Well, plenty is an overstatement, I suppose. We have 2 and 2. But we are getting Drekos. Drekos are incoming. I hope at least. It's glossy. Okay, normal Drekos right here. There we go. That's why nothing happened over here. That explains it. Also, normal hatches. Who cares about normal hatches? All we need is stone hatches. Because all we have are stone hatches as well. Let's copy these settings up here, as a matter of fact. And in here, we need to change what they're eating. Sedimentary rock we still have, but we are going to run out, and we should have plenty of granite. So let's copy this up here. So that I can start feeding him granite as well. And the Weezwords ran out of fertilization, which can only be provided by the autosweeper now, as that should be. Perfect. That's what that should look like, and now it finally does. If the dupes have nothing else to do, they can grab all of this stuff right here, though. Of course, low priority. Like I said, just if they have absolutely nothing else to do. What do I see here? Even all of this nonsense here can theoretically very easily be transferred downwards. So why shouldn't we? Might as well. I mean, we don't have any work here, so might as well do it. And then down here, we just keep on going. Through here, this is just reachable as it is. That makes it very easy. We're just going to keep this here, so we can come up here a little bit longer and grab as much as possible. So we only have one layer all around left that we have to dig up. And we are then immediately ready to go thereafter. That makes it very nice, very easy, and of course also very accessible. Very good. Let's grab this stuff. And let's get this here a high priority. There we go. So we can do it first. That's what that should look like. And we're making our way in here. Our polluted water down here is nice and warm by now. What is our body temperature up here? Almost 22 degrees. Yeah, all of these here are soon, very, very soon, going to be functional once again. This Weezworth right here literally has no reason to exist. There's no point in cooling any of this here. So let's just come through here maybe. All the way through. Once we make it over here, we're just going to build us... We don't even need a ladder. No, we can just dig it out to here. Then we can literally just dig straight through. There we go. That's what we can do. Very easy. And from Lennon says, nice, because I just saw a glimpse of the ice biome with floxes, so maybe later a floxwood farm. Yeah, we can most definitely build a flox farm. There should be floxes, mammoths. We should have access to basically anything and everything here. World is our playground. Let's inspect all this stuff here and demolish it right thereafter. Take a look at the destination. What are we working with here? Hazaradoni. A largish forest asteroid with frozen radioactive core. Has a steam vent, carbon dioxide vent, aluminum volcano, iron volcano, and a saltwater geyser. Okay, that's not too shabby. Hold on, I wasn't through with you. Crash satellites. Pretty damn cold over there, apparently. Yeah, apparently it's freezing over there. All right, we're gonna look at this here very, very shortly. But let's demolish this stuff. Open up all these doors right here. I hate these doors. I was going to get rid of them for some reason. You're swiping all on priority 5, get it 1 lower, no? Yeah, I should have probably. Yeah, you're correct. Only if you have nothing else to do. That's when you should sweep. Yeah, look at this. I did all of this here instantly. Yeah, you're right. That would have been the better option. What can you do? It's okay. What else do we have? Not much. A little bit of polluted water here. Not worried about it. It's literally just this stuff right here that we are taking care of really quickly. There we go. Something like this here should do it. Let's make it fast. Fast and dirty. Get that stuff out of here. And then let's go. Okay. There we go. That's the last of it. And then we're just gonna open up the floodgates. And we're good to go. Well, a little bit falls through. That's also just fine. All we have to do is open this here up. And we are through. Very, very nice. What is here falling out? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's literally our liquid vent. I was like, where's all this water coming from? Yeah, that makes sense. If you put a liquid vent there, then you have a lot of water coming out of it. Isn't that weird? We could have seen it coming, I suppose. Well, what can you do? Let's shave this here down to 1 more. Is this here reachable from the bottom? Yes, it is. All the way through even. Oh, yeah, we can do this here. No problem. Let's get rid of the rest here. And then very, very soon, once I'm sure that all of this water here is in, and we are not dropping down our average temperature too low, then we can just turn this here off and go on our merry way. Because it will just be fine without any more power that needs to be input at all. And there it comes. You can immediately see you're putting it straight to the pump. So now we're pumping literally 6-degree water up here. Now Simbury won't be very happy, but that is okay. Looks like I miscalculated on these two here. Son of a. Happens sometimes, I guess. But that's fine. That is fine. All we have to do is something like this here. And we can do all of this. Okay. Now, let's see if we can make our way in here. That should be pretty straightforward. All we need, I mean, at the end of the day, we just need to build basically the exact same thing as here. I'm just going to have the gas pump on the left side, so I'm going to reverse this here. We're going to have the 2 insulated tiles on the left instead of on the right, just because it makes our life easier. So let's do precisely that. We're going to have these 2 tiles right here. We're going to come up. Right here, we're going to come up. That's going to be just fine. And we can just close it off anywhere, really, at the end of the day. Of course, we can't just do that. That would be too easy. Let's see. How can we do it, though? Only thing I cannot tell him to build right now is this. Everything else will still keep it close, so it's fine. We can build all of this here. We're going to put us in 3 extra insulated tiles down here with an extra piece of ladder right there. And then we're just going to say airlock door. Yeah, that's super simple. Do it like this. And then F2, we will need a transformer. Unfortunately, we cannot put a heavy wire in here, but that's fine. We're just going to build a conductive wire. And let's grab us a large power transformer and let's just plop it right here because why not? It doesn't matter. And then let's bring this here across. And hook it up. That'll do it. That'll do it just fine without too many issues. This here lets us go on top, which these 2 let us then go on top of here in return. Very nice. Very straightforward. Exactly as that should be. Okay. The only thing, though, that we need to keep in mind is the floor and the power wire has to be built before the actual airlock door. That has to happen, so let's make sure that happens, or otherwise the dupes will get stuck once again. All right. long as we can get the cobalt in. Speaking of cobalt, how are we looking over here? Should we maybe make some more of this stuff? How much do we have? 11 tons, 31 tons in copper. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the ore. My mistake. I need to look at the refined metals. How much do we have? That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, 22 tons of lead, 8 tons of iron, and about 4,500 kilograms worth of copper. So a little bit more cobalt wouldn't hurt, to say the least. So maybe let's make 20. That gives us another 2 tons. Certainly won't hurt to have that available to us. Once we are in there, I do want this here to be analyzed as fast as possible. But first we need to get in there. That is of course a requirement. And then I do want right away, and that is perfect, that we have a 4 wide space here, a gas pump that we can fit right in here with a gas pipe. Yeah, what are we going to do without a gas pipe here? That's a bigger question, actually. Yeah, we already have a gas pipe that runs all the way up there. And our storage is all the way up there. Good grief. None of that is optimal, to say the least. But what can you do? We will have to build us another pipeline that goes all the way through the base, at least for right now. Later on, we can probably rip it back out once we convert this here to a nice industrial area. But for right now, the infinite storage is the only option we have available. So we have to take it. So let's make it happen. That's going to cost us a lot of resources, but it will be worth it. I am 100% certain of it. It may actually be easier to just use this area right here to get through. So if I'm building here one, and then here one, cut this here off, that makes it very simple. And then connect this here back together. Yeah, that should do it. That should do it. And then all we need at the end of the day is a gas pipe that comes straight through here. And then comes all the freaking way down. All the freaking way down. All the way to here. And then this here I'm going to slightly rebuild. Let's see what this here looks like. That's not correct. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. Let's rip this nonsense here out. And let's rebuild this here slightly. So we can then come with our gas pipe straight through here. Straight through there. And then straight in here. There we go. That is what that should look like at the end of the day. But first of all, that is of course not gonna happen. We need to come straight up. And we need a high pressure gas vent. You have 1 package of hydrogen in this pipe. I do have 1 package of hydrogen in this pipe, don't I? And I need to make sure it moves over to the right at some point. So I'm hoping that these battery modules here are very soon going to run out. And once we reach 10% here, which should be roughly 120 kilojoules, once we reach here 120, the hydrogen generator should turn on briefly and should hopefully evacuate that 1 piece of hydrogen. That is a very good catch though, amigo. Dancing Ninja is here also as well, says hello everyone. Hello Dancing Ninja, how are you doing? Why is this not turning on? Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Come on. Make it all the way down to 120. And you should turn on. Worst case scenario, I will up the low threshold. And I can just do it manually. Either way around, it should get the job done. Come on. That's what we need. There we go. Turns on. And this side here, though. Let me think about this right here. Let me cut this here off. That should make 100% sure, yep, that our pipe is empty. Now I can cut this off. Bring this back in. Bring this back in. And no more hydrogen, or anything else for that matter, is now inside of this pipe. Very good. That's good. All right, very good catch though, amigo. Very, very good catch indeed. Looks like old Doc is stuck. That's suboptimal. Why are we not building this stuff here, huh, dupes? Can we get Doc off of here, please? That would be very nice, in fact. If we could make that happen, if somebody would come by real quick and get him out of here, out of his misery. Or are we not feeling it once again? That is, of course, also always an option, as we know. Apparently, that is what we're gonna do. I am well, thank you. How are you, says Dancing Ninja? I'm doing just fine. Thank you for asking. I couldn't do better, as a matter of fact. Still, though. Nobody gonna bring anything by here. Nobody. Anyone? No one. Here, I made you another entrance. Maybe that helps. No? God damn it. What do we have access to? Nothing. A little bit of clay. Here is sedimentary rock. How much of it? I can dig this up. That gives Doc sedimentary rock to build this tile, which lets him escape. Right? Which apparently he's not very eager. Why? You should be able to escape now. No, you're not. Now, apparently you cannot walk over this here. Okay. Well, I wasn't aware of that. Then how in the hell did you get up here, though? I mean, if you cannot walk on here, which I was not aware of, then how exactly did you get up there? I mean, seriously. What do we have nearby here? Igneous rock, probably. Not that it matters too much, probably. Let's bring this ladder here up with igneous here. Here and here, sure, why not? And let's make this here all super high priority. And let's hope that a dude comes by and actually makes this happen before Doc dies a horrible, horrible death. That would be a good start, I suppose. How much more do you have of this stuff? Nothing? You used it all? Yeah. I mean, the only one that can save you now are the other dupes, because you have no more resources available with which you could do anything. But it looks like they make it just in time, if you can make it up there fast enough. Which you should be able to do. Just fine. All good. No problem. That could have ended a hell of a lot worse for him. Alright, dupes. Theoretically speaking, nothing prevents you now from finishing everything else in here. Literally everything. So, why are we not doing it? Why are we not building any of this? Why are we not building any of that? And the pipe here should be built as well, preferably. That'd be great. And then we should be fine. Okay, there's a bunch of liquid in here. Good grief. Not entirely sure how that happened, but that is a lot of liquid. Thankfully, that's easily solvable. The bigger problem is this one insulated gas pipe right here that we somehow have to build. So let's rip this one tile here back out so we can build this gas pipe. And then let's rip out one tile down here on the bottom so we can release the water. That should be just fine at that point. And then let's take another peek. This here would be easiest, probably, to try to get a dupe stuck up here. What is this between doors? This here? This here is a modded door called an airlock door. That's also the name of the mod. It's basically just a liquid lock that requires power. It just saves a lot of time and makes our lives a hell of a lot easier instead of having to build an old-fashioned liquid lock each and every time. But the functionality is basically the same. It still transfers temperature and anything like that. It just doesn't let any fluid or gases through. Okay, dupes. Could we make this happen now? Also, another thing that I probably want to do is, since I said I will keep this abyssalite here intact down here on the bottom. We're trying to make our way through here, and we can of course do that with ladders. Therefore, we don't actually have to get a dupe stuck. That, of course, makes our life, once again, a hell of a lot easier. There we go. And we can also go ahead and rip this one out. And these two as well. Very good. Very nice. Dupes can complete all of that without an issue. And that just allows us to go around here. That's basically the general idea. To have that kind of corridor available at all times. All right. Why is no dupe coming in here and building this wire? I'm wondering. Is there a problem? No, there's not. I can send Cookie in there. Therefore, it's literally just a priority thing. Eventually, they will get it done, and it'll be fine. Okay. So far, so good. Is this pump here pumping? Yes, it is. And yeah, look at that. Carbon dioxide is almost no more. Of course, this here is all stuck, but it was all replaced at the bare minimum with polluted oxygen. And slowly but steadily, the polluted oxygen should also go down and should be replaced with normal oxygen, which is, of course, exactly what we want. Very, very nice. Very, very good. What I'm slightly worried about is all this ice here. Because eventually, all this ice here will melt, and we don't have any space in here anymore for any of this here. I should probably set this here to send a green signal if below 1 kilogram, just to give us a little bit more space in here for all this melting ice. Okay, dupes, I do need you to work on this here, as a matter of fact, because otherwise we are never going to get it done. Or you just use this here as a pathway? Sure, why not? Might as well, I suppose. Come on. There we go. Releasing the water, at least that. Allows our gas pump here to work once we have power. Very good. Very good indeed. I just have to build this insulated gas pipe. Well, it looks like we're corner building too. Sure, why not? Might as well. Yeah, we are delivering the rock. And it looks like the cobalt for the wire is here as well. There we go. Really? You're still in a flooded condition. How? It's probably just because of the water droplets. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's causing it here. So once this one piece of insulated tile is built, I believe it will work. Let's see if that is a true statement or not. Come on. Just gotta pump this here out. Once this here is pumped out, we can open it up, and then we can pump out everything. At least that's the general idea here. That's what we're trying to accomplish. And once we have this here as a vacuum, we can just straight go ahead and pump it up into our infinite storage. Very, very good indeed. And it looks like it's working now. Well, sure, why not? It works for me. Only problem is, right at the moment, until these two tiles here are closed, we're pumping basically nothing. So please, dupes, make that happen. Rather faster than slower. Why is all this here sedimentary rock? I don't even know why, honestly. It should really be something more plentiful, let me put it that way. Same is true down here on the bottom. Alright, that's more like it. Now we just gotta actually do it, please. All this water here is nice and warm, no problems, all good. This ladder here is built out of sandstone, that shouldn't be it either. Something that is more plentiful, like granite, for example, and we wanted to have it right here. Let's put it back in. Oops, must be taking a break. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, honestly. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they grabbing from down here? Oh, the igneous rock. It's literally, that's the best place to grab this stuff, all the way down here. Alright, I suppose. Whatever gets the job done. There we go. Now we're creating a vacuum. And it should be one extremely soon here. That is not a lot of space. And our pump is just hacking away at it like it's nobody's business. The carbon dioxide is already gone. And the polluted oxygen is going down like it's absolutely nobody's business. Very nice, very simple, and very straightforward. The only thing that I'm kind of worried about is the slime up here, because it is still emitting polluted oxygen. Damn it, I just realized that. There's not a hell of a lot we can do about it, though, can we? We can grab it, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, in the worst case scenario, we will have to just utilize a filtered pump. That's probably what will have to happen. Aim is here and says, hi, I've used your volcano template design in every single one of my saves. It's been incredibly helpful. I noticed that the video's a year old and one of the latest uploads. What made you stop uploading? What made me stop uploading is that I just don't have time for the editing part of it. I mean, I barely have time for streaming, as you guys probably know. So, yeah, it's literally that is the issue. Plus 50 degrees Celsius, that gives us 125. That should be sufficient, correct? It's a little bit on the low end. Let's make it full steel. It's fine. There might be enough to overpressure at first. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm hoping so. But for right now, I'm just going to put in a filter gas pump and try to get rid of as much of the polluted oxygen as possible, and then just gonna open it up and hope that you're correct with your assessment and that it will just overpressure. That's my thought process as well. Just need this here built. What are they doing? Am I not having enough suits? What is the deal here? I really only see 4 dupes and suits. Am I crazy? Let's pause it. There's 1 suit right here. No dupe over there. 2 dupes. 3, 4, 5 dupes. I see 5 dupes and 1 suit. And here we have a total of 8. So that means we're lacking 2 suits according to my math. Let's make 2 suits then. Easy. And then let's tell 2 of them to deliver a suit. Easy. Maybe that will help. Yeah, look at that. We're back up to 1,200 grams. So we're going to set this here to polluted oxygen right away. Pump out as much of it as we can. Simple and straightforward. And then once we are very low, I'm just going to give the command to dig this here open and release this natural gas and hope that it will just squish it. That would be best case scenario. But if it doesn't really matter too much either, since we do have, of course, a filter pump in here in the first place. That, of course, helps out drastically. And speaking of it, might as well go ahead in ventilation. Not in ventilation. In automation, we need a atmos sensor, that's the word. And an automation wire. So let's make that happen as well. At least as far as we can. We will put in a ladder here very, very shortly. As a matter of fact, this filter gas pump here will have to move. So all of this here will have to be moved over 1 tile. So this can come just down here and it'll be just fine. How low are we? 300 grams? Let's see if the pump can get this here lower. That would be most definitely a good thing. Yeah, that is, of course, 5 tiles high. Who could have thunk it? What else do we have here? 300 grams. Yeah, I don't know. It may be that our pump here is reaching its limit and that the output of all of this stuff here is roughly holding it at 300 grams. I will let it run a little bit longer. And at 10 times speed to see if we can get it below the 300 mark here. And it sure as hell doesn't look like it. All right, in that case, let's dig it up. All this stuff here can now be removed. Rather faster and slower, please. And then as a matter of fact, we can go ahead and put in this ladder here. Not here. The ladder is actually going to be right there in a minute. Are you gonna test a prehistory planet pack beta? I will definitely try to test it. We will see if that works out with my schedule, but it's definitely on the agenda. Okay. We have a little bit of polluted oxygen left, but that is fine. That is actually totally okay. We just need to come up with a ladder on this side right here so we can complete this area right here before we do anything else. And then one more thing, we need one extra tile right here so we can corner build through here. And that should allow us to do everything that we need. And of course, now that it's gone, get rid of it, because once we switch this here over, once this piping here is built, we will not have a choice. At the end of the day, it will all have to get out of here. Hold on the gold dig to put in the... Oh yeah, that's true. We can't just not do that and build it from the top. Great call. Why didn't I think of that? Hi, Bier. Why don't you squeeze in the gas on the right side of this hole? Why don't you squeeze in the gas on the right side of this hole? I don't know what you mean. You mean this gas right here? Squeeze it in where? We're gonna grab it, if that's what you mean. Sorry. I can't reach to build the sensor. I know. I know. I know. And that's okay, because it's not connected yet either. So it doesn't matter. What I do need to do is build this stuff right here. That needs to be built. That's what we require. Once that is done, we can move on. There we go. Eris is here working on natural gas geyser. Very nice. And now we are building the walls. Very, very good. Once we have the wall here, we can go ahead and rip the top section here out. We won't need it anymore for anything at all. The gold can come out as well. I think they meant something like, can you not put tiles on the right side to push into the insulated chamber? Oh yeah, we can do that as well. I mean, either way around. Actually, I think that is a better idea, because it's probably faster than to try to pump it out with a filtered gas pump, to be very honest. So, yeah, we're gonna do it. Good idea. I like it. Good call. Just gotta do this here, and that'll fix it. I got you now. That is a good call. That is a very good call indeed. I just didn't understand what you meant. My fault. My fault entirely. But that can be rectified. Can and will. Alright, very good. Now we can get rid of this nonsense right here. And we can put in the last two of our insulated gas pipe pieces and can start pumping the natural gas. We'll also very soon know how much longer it is dormant. That'll give us some nice info. Is the tile of polluted oxygen at the top not going to cause future problems? No, it will not. Because A, we have a filter gas pump that we are utilizing, and B, once all the natural gas is gone, we're going to pump out the polluted oxygen as well. If we have enough time, that is. But let's make sure this is correct and completed. Looks like it is. I don't see a problem. Let's turn this bad boy here on and let's see what happens. So now we're going to set it to natural gas. And we let her rip. And we're just going to let it pump until there's nothing left to pump. We can also put in this tile right here. And of course then close off the rest of it. And get rid of every last tile around it. Very, very nice indeed. Nobody's fault, only my bad English maybe? Nah, that wasn't you. That wasn't you. Chat understood you. I did. But that is okay. We rectified it, we fixed it, and we're good to go. Down here on the bottom, we can dig a little bit lower, I suppose. Might as well, because why not? This is about as low as we can go. And then we're just gonna bring this ladder here down and then over, so we can grab the right side as well. Might as well get rid of it all. Very simple and straightforward. Temperature-wise, this here used to be a cold area. Not anymore. Not anymore. And look at this really nice animation right here of the gas being sucked towards the filtered gas pump. I don't know. Always like to look at that kind of thing. And that stuff that you see up here is the polluted oxygen trying to take up more and more space as the density of the natural gas decreases. I don't know. I'm just a nerd for that kind of thing. I mean, they did that very well. Good job. Good job. All right, let's block it off, and then let's start digging our way around this bad boy here. Just because we can at the end of the day. Also, plop in some more ladders. So we can make it all the way around here. There we go. Something like this here. We'll get her done. And how much do we have left? 31 cycles. Plenty of time. No issues, no problems whatsoever. Let's get rid of this gold here as well as the data banks. We definitely want those in our possession. And then it looks like there's really not much left of natural gas here. Every time a little bit comes over to the left for whatever reason that may be, the filtered gas pump just grabs it and is done with it. Very, very nice. And look at that. Last insulated tile here is being built as well. And we're just gonna wait until the last of the natural gas here is gone. It's just a question of time at the end of the day. Okay, this here allows us to come all the way around. Very good. Let's put one more ladder right here. Ah, well, don't need it. It's fine. Now we can rip this here out as well. And are we good? Yes, we are. Now we're going to switch it up from here to there. And now we're going to go back to the polluted oxygen to create the vacuum. And that is what I meant when I said, nope, it's not going to cause any issues because we're just going to remove it once we're done with the natural gas. Simple, straightforward, exactly as it should be. Okay. This is a nice big area. We can do a lot of damage here, guys. Not gonna lie. We will be able to do a lot of damage here. Okay. Let's grab this stuff and this stuff, just because we can. And then let's go from there. LOL, they built the tiles out of different material. Built the tiles out of what material? Wait, what? I don't even know what you're referring to. Polluted oxygen, almost dead, almost empty. Then we can fix this here, close it off for good, and call it a day. Very simple, very straightforward. The insulated tiles were two different colors. Which insulated tiles? I still don't know what you're referring to, damn it. Oh, man. I also think that our water is now by far warm enough that we don't have to play the rotation game anymore. In the overlay. Oh! Oh, yes. Between sedimentary rock and igneous. Yep. They did build them out of two different materials. That is, in fact, precisely what happened here. Come on. A little bit of polluted oxygen is left. Get that nonsense out of here. We definitely don't want to see it anymore. Maybe 10 times speed will make a difference here. How's our gold doing up here? It is currently overpressured. That's nice. But it's not dormant. Kind of forgot that we uncovered that bad boy. Still definitely want to get our hands on it. Do I have a blueprint? Let's see, what do we have here going for us? This here sure as hell looks like a timer of some sorts. I don't see any interior, though. What happened? Oh, it was just a glitch in the matrix. Let's see, can I do this here? Click. Yes, I can. Sure enough. Beautiful. That makes our life a hell of a lot easier, of course. Usually I will build it from scratch. You guys know it, but I feel like we have now built so many of these that eventually, we should be able to just pop in a blueprint. Ahmed is here, says, hello, Beer. How are you doing? I'm doing perfectly fine. How about yourself? Thank you very much for asking, and thank you for joining. Truly appreciate it. Let me deconstruct some nonsense around here so the dupes actually have access here. And everything that we don't have materials for, I have no idea what that is, but we will figure that out as well. I'm sure of it. We have these here. That's what the problem is. The ladders. Yes, the ladders. Let's get rid of the ladder. So we can then replace them with insulated tiles, which of course are what belong right there. Let's get rid of this here. Don't need it, don't want it. Why do I have temp shift plates in here? That's got to be a very, very old template. Holy cow. I stopped using temp shift plates a long, long time ago because, of course, they work, but they're just not necessary. I also have the output just right here. Oh, that's the very original one. Holy cow, from the video. That's literally the setup from the video. That is crazy. With that's why the materials are aluminum. Yeah, look at that. That is literally the one from the video. That's how old this thing is. Holy cow. All right, well, either way around, it will still get the job done, so that works. The blueprint will uncover the volcano. Nope, just fix that. That I was able to fix. Build a ladder up here. Something like this here. Doesn't have to be super pretty, but it should get the job done at the bare minimum. Let's build a ladder all the way down the rear end as well. Let's come all the way down here. Let's stop building this bottom layer and instead dig it out 4 tiles high all the way across. It's a hell of a lot better. That's what we want here. And you know what? This ladder right here, we're also going to build all the way down. Just because we can. All right. That should theoretically take care of most of it. And we will see what we end up with once the dupes are done here. Or, better to say, who is gonna die. Okay, very good. Is this here done now? Yes, it is a vacuum, so we can now officially go ahead and rip this nonsense here out. Don't need this here anymore. Don't need this here anymore. Actually, we still need that. That's fine. We can cut this connected here. And yeah, just rip it out. Perfect. Fiona says 52 watching, 27 likes. That's about 50%. Let's do a little better and smash that like button with a number 9 priority. That is correct. That's right. Thank you for the reminder, Kionis. Appreciate that. Yes, it would be great if we could get that number up just a little bit more. You guys know it. The YouTube algorithm is a little bitchy about that kind of thing, and it helps out quite a lot. Quite a lot. So I would, of course, highly appreciate it. Thank you in advance. Let's bring this up, bring that down, pick that up, and we should be good to go. That should be the end of it. Very nice. Amin says 28 now. Elfie says, but I already pushed it. Oh, I know you did, Elfie. And Dancing Ninja says, like button has been smashed. Hell yeah. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you. Every last one of y'all. Okay, let's bring this here to a closure. And let's see what the dupes end up with up here. Yeah, the automation wire here is apparently made out of gold. Don't have that. That's correct. That is kind of what we're after. That's why we don't have it. Makes sense. What else do we not have here? Well, a bunch of stuff. We will figure it out once everything that we do have is actually built. That probably just makes our life a hell of a lot easier, to be honest. I'm also going to go ahead and actually expand this here just by one single tile, because that's how I started building it lately, and that is what I would like to keep it. Okay, that's good, that's fine. What else can we mess up here? The conveyor rail will eventually have to go somewhere, and that somewhere happens to be right here. Look at that, beautiful. Not out of gold. You crazy? Gold amalgam? Or a rail? Yeah, no thank you. Thank you, but no thank you. Let me put it that way. There we go. Let's bring that over here, up to there, and that is what that should look like at the end of the day. Very good. Not entirely sure why I have a wall here. Probably for the water, but let's just act like we know what we're doing and just keep on going like nothing has ever happened. I would prefer, though, if this here is built first, if at all possible, which will require us to have a ladder in those two positions, which will also have to be built first, if at all possible, once again. All right, let's make it happen. YouTubes have plenty to do. Also, while we are at it, won't need that. Alright, I'm truly curious to see what we are going to be left over here once we're done. What are you planning to do with the polluted oxygen vent? Which polluted oxygen vent? We have a polluted oxygen vent anywhere? Can't remember being a polluted oxygen vent anywhere. Sorry. Can't recall. What are we talking about? Oh, up here? That's carbon dioxide. I haven't seen a polluted oxygen vent. Oh, the one with the gas pump. That is a natural gas geyser. I gotcha. We're just collecting the polluted... now I'm saying polluted oxygen. We're just collecting the natural gas through this pipe right here and bring it up to our infinite storage, which in turn supplies our entire base with power. That's what we're doing with it. There we go. That's why I was so confused. I was like, polluted oxygen? I'm pretty sure I haven't seen polluted oxygen all game. I mean, I've seen plenty of it, but no vent at least. That explains it. That explains it. Now we're speaking the same language. Alrighty. Right here. Let's come over a little bit further just because we can. And then we just gotta get a dupe stuck over here to dig out the rest. That should be easy enough. Do you have any type of cooling in the Draco Ranch? Not yet, I believe. No, not yet. It will become a problem. I'm well aware of it. Eventually we will have to cool it. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to use to cool it yet, though. Maybe just this polluted water right here. Yeah, why not? 12 degrees. Perfect for our mealwood. Yeah, that would be perfect for our mealwood. Yeah, that is a good call. That is a good call. That would be super simple to set up. It's right here. The only problem is... no, there really isn't a problem, is there? I can literally just... I was thinking about reachability of the inlets and outlets, but that doesn't matter because I can literally just come out of this. Yeah, I can come out of here and bring it up to the right side. Yeah, how do I do this? Let's see. One lower. Yep. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's bring it up here. And then the question is, are normal liquid pipes enough? Probably, to be honest. Do we have something with a high thermal conductivity? That's not wolframite, preferably. Or uranium. Or steel. Damn it. What is the highest? 4.5 on copper? Sure, why not? Why not? Let's give it a shot. Let's bring normal pipes through here. And then let's go with insulated pipes straight back. Let's see. Doesn't matter how we cross here. And then let's bring it back in here with the liquid bridge being right here. Yeah, let's see if we can make that happen. I'm curious. Because mine is always overheating. Yeah, I did say that in the last stream when we built it, that eventually I will have to add cooling, that eventually it will overheat. The mealwood will hit 30 degrees because of the insulated tiles. Mainly, there is no natural cooling. So every time you're using the shearing station, the auto sweeper, or the Dracos themselves for that matter, we're generating heat. And of course, if the heat can't escape, eventually it will heat up more and more and more. And that is why we have to cool just down here the mealwood a tiny little bit. So yeah, that's why we need just a notch of cooling. Only problem is that I turned off this door right here. And if the dupes cannot come down here, they also cannot build this pipe. So let's allow him to do so just this once. Look at that, we have a Draco egg here. And it looks like it's just kind of stuck because I cannot even click on it. It's kind of stuck between two tiles. That's actually funny. What are we going to do here? Since I cannot even click on it, I cannot move it either. I need to like have a storage area for it. Let's say Draco egg or Dracolet egg, better to say. But it's on sweep only, so only this single one here should go in there. That's funny though. Oh, did I just select it? I can't click on it. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Let's just relocate it for this moment. Anywhere else, literally. It doesn't matter. Just get it out of there. There we go. That's better. Alright, dupes. I really need you to build this stuff. And also, what are these two tiles right here? Let's get rid of them. That airlock conduct heat, you need to build two to isolate the heat. Oh yeah. I mean, this here does conduct a little bit of heat. But in this case here, that's actually helping us because it is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. We want it to be cold on the inside too. So this is actually a good thing, not a bad thing. In this particular case. But yes, it does in fact conduct heat. So if you want to use it for something like that, then you need to be aware of that. That's for sure. Aim says, I got a weird bug in my current save where my binge-eating dupe has been sitting on 100% stress on another planetoid for weeks, but hasn't been reacting to the stress at all. I mean, that's a bug that I can get behind. I have certainly heard of worse bugs, let me put it that way. Few more tiles, few more tiles. Oh yeah, you got it, dupes, I got faith. This thing is not turned off though, is it? No, it's not. The only thing is, dupes can't build this here, because they can't reach those two. Let's make sure that they can. You only have 3 suits up here, which is actually too much for this area, but the one time you want to build something, it is of course detrimental to our efforts if there are not enough suits. But that thankfully doesn't happen too often. There we go, our pipes are built. So our polluted water should be flowing at a nice 16 degrees. That works just fine. And it should just run in a beautiful, beautiful loop. And in the meantime, cool down our mealwood to again a nice 16 degrees over time. Very, very good. The cooling loop has been established as well with something that we have nearby, and we didn't really have to build anything extra at all. Alright, very good. Let's disallow the dupes down there once again. We don't want them. So let's make sure they don't interfere with what we're doing here. What are we going to do with this Dracolet egg though? I may have to turn that on. Just so we can put it in there for now. And then I can turn it back off. It's good enough for right this moment. Alright, down here. This has been completed. The gas pump is out of gas, of course. This here is going to be set to send a green signal if we are above, let's say, 750 grams. That will do it. Once this thing here erupts, and once we reach 750 grams, of course, all of our gas will be straight transferred up and into our infinite storage. Or storage for whenever we need it in the future to power our base. Okay, looks like we can't reach this here once again, suckers. But we are pumping polluted water to our thermal reads, and we are up to almost 700 by now. So at least we can get rid of all this nonsense right here and build us a nice area around here. Very, very soon. Very good. And then once again, if you dupes are bored, might as well clean up a little bit throughout the entire base, really. Like, what do we have laying around here? Nothing? Good. Looks like you dupes had some time at some point, which is nice. But what it looks like is our bog buckets right here are running out of irrigation because we are out of polluted water down here. What is the temperature requirement for a random bog bucket? 10 to 30 degrees. What's the water temperature over here? What happened here? It's 20 degrees? Oh, I know why. Of course. Our metal refinery. I was like, how is this here 20 degrees? Well, that's how. Of course. You're pumping an insane amount of heat in there. That does make sense. What can we do, though? That's the bigger question. We could switch to a different type of food. But we could also try to find us a different source of polluted water. What do we have available? The colony needs a rec room with a sauna and a pool. Yes, it needs that too. I agree. This is a cool slush geyser. I mean, it will take an insane amount of power to heat up the water from a cool slush geyser, but it would work theoretically. And one thing we do have is power, basically an infinite amount, to be very precise. I mean, we have 2 steam vent tamers running. Well, technically one of them is not running yet. It still has 28 cycles to go, but it is ready to run. Let me put it that way. Speaking of it, we can also put this metal tiles here back in and then rip this here out and close it off because we're ready to go. But yeah, power is not an issue. I'm just curious how we would do that. Would it be sensical to pump it out, double, into a intermediate tank that we heat in a controlled fashion? Or do we just make a tank down here that we just keep constantly heated? I mean, either way around, it shouldn't matter too much, right? How about we start with taking a look at this bad boy? Let's do that. Let's just see what we are working with here. Why not? Okay. Charles says I have too many calls. Maybe I can lean back in my recliner and watch in peace now. Yeah, I hope so too, honestly. I wish that for you, honestly. Did I dig that 4 high? Yes, I did, like an idiot. Golly. Like it's the first time I'm building this thing. 3 high. That's what I needed, not 4. Ah, yeah. But that is all good. Because at the end of the day, once everything else is built, we're just going to say cancel everything that is left over. And then we're going to build it out of materials that we actually have. Can you heat it with the gold volcano? I don't think so. I mean, I know there's no way that the gold volcano has enough output to heat the amount of cold water that is generated by a cool slush geyser. There is no way in hell that it's enough. It could help maybe, but it's not enough. What's the problem with the steam turbines? Oh, the steam turbines are built out of aluminum. Okay, that makes sense. And the radiant liquid pipes We can't build those either, because they're built out of gold, which also makes sense. Actually, this one here was built out of iron. Iron we have. Not entirely sure why we used iron when we have cobalt, but let's build it out of cobalt instead, because it is much, much better. Connect that all up. What else can we not build? The automation wires are built out of gold for some reason. Let's get rid of those. And let's replace them with something slightly more sensible, like iron. Sure. Connect all these up. Anything left over? Yes, the heavy rod wire that we built out of aluminum ore here in the back for some reason. It needs one extra that we can make happen. All right, that should do her. I believe that that should, in fact, do her. I just got to connect it up to our power grid, and we are good to go. And the power grid happens to be right there. Beautiful. Let's grab us our heavy water wire right here. And let's see with copper. Sure, copper works just fine. Let's bring it through here. I know, I don't like it either when I have to make it, but that's okay for our purposes. And for ease of use, we are just going to put in a large power transformer right here. It's really cold in this area, so it really doesn't matter, to be very honest. And we can just come along here with some type of wiring solution as well. Very, very nice. What do we not have? The metal tiles out of aluminum. Okay. That I can almost understand. Let's make the other two out of cobalt, and that's okay. Very, very good. This here takes shape, and there are much fewer things that are giving us trouble than I expected, honestly. This one here is also built out of gold for some reason. Not sure why, but okay. We're gonna fix it. Now we can't reach this here because we have one piece of ladder missing. All right. Okay. Let's unlock another blueprint for the day. What do we have? Bloody pink gloves. Eggplant Atmo gloves. Fab purple gloves for hostile environments. Pretty sure the environment does become hostile if you wear those. That's what I see as the main issue here personally, but, you know, just saying. Just saying. We can make these out of lead. Put one in, sure. How much water do you use inside the volcano steam room? I tried this design before, and the sweeper's overheated. It's very easy. The entire area in here is 30 tiles, and what you want is 50 kilograms of steam per tile, which means you need to have 150 kilograms per tile of water on the bottom. So you're 10 tiles on the bottom, 150 kgs per, and you're golden. Each and every time. There. That's that. I'm gonna fix the fluid here on the ground where our loops have to walk through. Let's mop that up real quick to help our bionic dupes out at least a little bit. And the same also goes, honestly, for down here. Anything that we can do in that regard is very helpful to our dupes. And also, what I'm just realizing is, what I really want is a ladder here instead. And then I want to dig all of this here up to allow this polluted water to join over here, because all of this polluted water can go straight into our liquid reservoir, and of course help us out drastically in that way, because it's so extremely close by. I'm also going to bring this conductive wire here down. We will need that later, as well as some type of pipe will have to come down here as well. So let's make sure that happens from the input downwards. That'll do it. Looks like we're running extremely low on igneous. How did that happen? And when? And why? And what? A lot of questions here. A lot of questions here. Not gonna lie. Bring all that through. Bring this here down. And let's bring a few more ladders over here to grab all of this fossil. And then let's also make our way through here to make sure that we are not going to run out of igneous anytime soon here. Because that is most definitely a resource that we need at all times. Hatch is eating it? No, the hatches are not eating it. The hatches are eating granite. I hope. Did I fuck that up? No. No way. Yeah, granite and sedimentary rock, which is both fine. What we don't want is igneous. Alright, last piece of abyssalite. See ya later. Couple more pieces right here. A little bit of cleaning has to be done, of course, in this area here as well, but that's fine. Up here in the top, same as well. A little bit more digging along here so we can complete all of that. Oops. You got your work once again cut out for you. A little bit more cleaning right here. These three here can go. And then at this point, we should be able to do something like this here. Potentially like this here. There we go. That should do it. And once this here is up and running, we are going down the rabbit hole of our teleporters. That should be, I mean, once we have gold in, it's going to be so incredibly helpful. So incredibly helpful. That we are not going to hesitate. At that point, we are ready to roll. Basically instantly. What else do we need? There is not really any normal water here, is there? No. Nope, there's not. So we will need a bottle emptier. I'm gonna plop it right here, open up this, that's fine. Once we have gold, we will be golden. That is correct indeed. Do you got a volcano tamer design? I got like 6 volcanoes and couldn't really deal with this with the solid igneous rock. Oh, a normal volcano tamer? Yes, I do have 2 designs that I frequently use. One of them is really more for the fun of it, which is the suspended in the air pump design. But yeah, I have another one, the standard one. The I don't know what do you want to call it? It's not really a door compressor. What is it? You know, you guys know what I'm talking about. The standard freaking door design. Bionic duplicate, incapacitated. Yeah, running around in water. Not too happy about it, understandably. Somebody should help him. But yeah, if you look through my videos, you can find several live streams with a volcano tamer design, where I build that life. And you should be able to find both designs there as well. And I'm sure that eventually we will find a volcano on this bad boy here as well. Alright, dupes. I really need you to do a little bit of work here. I don't even know what you're doing, honestly. I mean, the truth is also this is not the most optimal path in the world to this location. So there's that. Gotta be honest about that fact as well. Let's see if we can make it at least a tiny little bit nicer for the time being. Do it the other way around. There we go. That should at least allow a somewhat straight pass in here and you don't have to walk around here 15 ladders. So that should hopefully make your life somewhat easier. Somewhat. Okay. That is coming in. We're digging our way through. That will, of course, mean a little bit more mopping once again, but that's just part of it. There we go. Get rid of the stuff. And then hopefully this here goes a little bit faster. If the dupes have a little bit of an easier pass. What is melting here? Where is all this brine coming from? Oh, right here. Brine ice. I see it. You sucker. What are we going to do about this? Because this is just going to haunt us the entire time. And our dupes are not going to be happy about that whatsoever. So let's fix it by doing this here. That will, in fact, take care of it indefinitely. Okay, we also have no storage for brine ice, I just realized. But that's fine. We can just make this here storage for it. Why not? Why actually not? Can't just plop that bad boy up here, set it to brine ice, salt water, whatever, and just store that stuff here for the time being. That's totally fine. Okay. Few more pieces here, and we should be good. Okay, one last massive mop. And then, of course, also one last massive cleaning of all the nonsense that we just dug up. And that is, of course, then what allows us ultimately to be free of any kind of water. Are you not going to build a sleetweed farm? I'm sure we're going to have a sleetweed farm eventually. Guaranteed. We haven't really gone into the cold stuff yet. Eventually, we will build us an area. I kind of envision it kind of over here. Maybe. Then we're going to make cold. We're going to have floxes in there. And we're also going to have a sleetweed farm in there. That's what I have in my head, at least. Because with the sleetweed, we will eventually be able to go to space, right? That is, of course, the big benefit of sleetweed. And that's why it's usually in the standard lineup. Okay. Let's make it happen, dupes. This here, we said brine. And now we have a storage location. Simple. As that should be. And literally everything here. We're just gonna make a straight out night. I could make a mod for you where you can spawn a dupe that looks like your profile pic when you play it. Really? That's a thing? I mean, that would be insane. That would be absolutely insane, not gonna lie. Bring this down here. So the dupes have an extra path available. But right at the moment, they can't reach any of this here from above. Once they build these two tiles, they can reach it from below as well. And that should hopefully, once again, help them out a little bit with pathfinding and so forth. But first, we gotta mop this nonsense. Once again, the bionic dupes are not happy. You have some sleetweed laying around, not worried they're gonna rot? No, not in the slightest. We have so much of that stuff. Most of it laying... Sorry. Oh, I need another drink. Most of it laying in very cold areas. So I'm not too worried about that, no. Alright, it's coming together though. How much longer on this bad boy? 22 cycles. Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time. This down here is now also looking the part it's supposed to look. Once I actually press the right button, there we go, not the mopping button. That's what I wanted. How many Dracos do we have by now? 4 and 3. Very nice. Getting there, getting there. Plastic, we're up to 2,600 kilograms. Yeah, our Dracos here definitely helping our statistics in that regard. At least a little bit. More polluted water that needs to be mopped. Get that nonsense out of here, dupes. The faster, the better. Of course. All we want to have in here at the end of the day is pure water. What we can do is set this here to everything, though. And this here to about 10. And then once we uncap it, we can just let our conveyor loader here help us out a little bit, because why not? This here we can set to below -5 already. And this here we can send a green signal if temperature is above 200 degrees Celsius. Very, very simple and straightforward. And for the life of me, I can't tell why you're using... what you're using to charge the batteries. Wait, which batteries? Where are you at, Jaws? You mean these batteries? You mean this here? I'm not sure what you mean. Or you mean to charge the batteries of the dupes? Oh, you mean the power bank chargers. Those kind of batteries. Is that what you're talking about? Looks like this here in the F2 overlay. It's literally hooked up straight to the main power grid. Our potential load is 27.84 kilowatt hours. Ow. How is it that high? How is our potential load that insane? I was talking about the platform. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, also just hooked up straight to the main grid. Yeah, that's all we have. It's literally those 4 natural gas generators and those 4 hydrogen generators. The coal generators are actually not even turned on. Is the conveyor rail connected? No, not yet. It's disconnected right here. But it should be connected all the rest of the way through, and it is. But yeah, right here it's not yet. We know that, and that's okay. That's totally fine. Mop it, mop it. Come on. Stop messing around. I am Groot. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. I truly, truly appreciate that. Alright, dupes. We're almost through here. There's really not a hell of a lot missing. We can start also building our filtered liquid pump now, down here on the bottom, and connect it up. That's why we already built this here. So we just have a tiny little bit of a path left to actually connect it properly, without a big issue. But dupes, that whole cleaning stuff here is still a little bit underwhelming. I really need that to be better. I really, really need that to be a little bit better. Yeah, we'll have to set this here probably to ice. Because I'm pretty sure we have a ton of ice over here that we have no storage for. Looks like we have some snow as well. But yeah, that allows us some storage for it now. And now the dupes can get it out of our freaking way. And it looks like I may have to do something similar in here. That's crazy. We have no storage for anything. It's ridiculous how much nonsense we have. But before I do anything, I need to get me a drink here for a second. So give me a minute and I'll be right back. All right. Did anybody die? Legitimate question on this channel, so I better ask it, I figure. Okay, everything has been mopped. Everything has been cleaned with the exception of those tiny little pieces of whatever the hell this is, slime here. For which we don't have play. It says, quick BierTier away, quickly smash the like button. That's right. That's right. We're gonna start to enable auto bottling. And we are going to start filling this area down here with water. That we can already do without too many consequences, at least. The only problem is that this here is only too wide. I just realized that. That doesn't allow us to put in our airlock door, because the airlock door is 3 wide, as we can see. Therefore, we need to put it on the other side, which is fine. I'm going to close off this side here instead. It makes basically no difference. Yeah, basically no difference. Dupes just have to walk a little bit further. I won't like it, but sometimes they gotta do what they gotta do. And then last but not least, put in some ladders right here. As we saw earlier, apparently we cannot walk on it. Actually, those ladders need to be here. Because on the height, it's only too high. Right here is where we need our cable. And then once we have it, we just have to put it in. We can also start creating a vacuum. Very, very nice. We can also close off the right side over here. Don't need that anymore. That makes our life even easier once again. Into a lot of dupes to go around here however the hell they please. We're also going to put in the ladder from the other direction. Very, very good. Really couldn't be much simpler than that. BT said I was playing the base game and had only 2 sleep weight on the whole asteroid. Yeah, well, I mean, in that case, the RNG just screwed you. In that case. Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes, I suppose, you know. Let's put in a vacuum pump roughly right here. That'll do it. That's fine. Let's put in a insulated gas pipe that comes through here. That's also fine. High pressure gas vent at the end of it, and let's give it a little power while we add it as well. Give all this a high priority so it gets done, as well as all of this here. And we should be good. Vesti is here, and your water appears to be freezing. You mean there's a little bit of ice down here? Yep, that is this granite right here at -6 degrees. That is okay. The more water we add, the less of a problem it will become. So yeah, I'm not worried about it in any way, shape, or form. Building a vacuum pump out of steel? Sure, why not? Why not, I'm asking. Might as well at this point. Okay, gonna build our way around from the bottom here. Sure, why not? Airlock door here, of course, is somewhat important. But we also need enough water. We're looking at, once again, at 150 kilograms of water per tile. Roughly, it doesn't have to be exact, but somewhere in the general area. That is what we are looking for here. While we wait, might as well open up another one of our blueprints. Ooh, a bright wedge. It can be arranged into giant orange polka dots. Great. Great. So much manual labor. In the F4 overlay, it's all water. Yep, we don't have to do any kind of mopping here. So that's good. I just need a little bit more water, guys. Because it is going to freeze if we don't add a little bit of heat here somewhat soon-ish. You need a ladder? What do I need a ladder for? What do I need a ladder for? They can't build the pipe. Oh, yeah, they can't build the pipe because they can't get in there yet. Yeah, this side here, they need a ladder, yes. They're hopefully working on it. Come on, dudes. Why are they not bringing any more water? What's the deal here? Oh, fog's coming. Another 200 kgs. And they're blocked by the volcano? Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. True. True. Very true. They can't get through here yet. But they will, very soon. First, I want to have everything else ready. I want to have the appropriate amount of water in here. And then we're going to uncap this bad boy here. That's at least the general idea. There we go, the water's coming, slowly but steadily. As that should be. What should your traits or custom stats be in-game for your dupe? You mean in the beginning? I usually have a digger, I have a scientist, and some kind of farmer or a rancher. Those are usually the 3 dupe types that I'm taking with me. But yeah, that is usually the standard start. Gunnar is here. Gunnar says, morning. Morning, Gunnar. How are you doing? Thanks for joining. Not building a temp shift plate near the volcano? Nah, that won't be necessary. That won't be necessary. And here we are up to about 140 kilograms. We can stop here. We can give it another 20 kgs. It literally doesn't matter. Let's give it another 20. Oh, the dupe I'm making you, Beer the mod. I have no idea. I have no idea. I want to be a scientist. Or, you know, engineer, of course. Logically. Logically. Definitely want to be into the mechanics side of things here. That makes sense. Let's rip this stuff here out just for the fun of it. Okay, everything has been built. We have the water that we want and need. Even a little bit more of it, apparently, which is fine, no problem. I'll get rid of it. And I think now it is time. Ooh, no, look at that. Perfect timing. I was about to say now it's time to uncap it, but it is currently about to erupt in overpressure. So we're just gonna wait until that's done. And that should give us plenty of time to finish this here up. In the meantime, apparently we literally don't have storage for the slime here. So let's just relocate it all out of here. Out of sight, out of mind. That's the kind of game that we were playing. But that's okay. Goodness, I just woke up. It's still 4 a.m. here. Why would you wake up at 4 a.m.? Normal people go to bed at that time. Come on. Close this here up. Very good. Anti-volcano is done. So let's go ahead and uncap that bad boy. Create a vacuum and start analyzing it. That's what we want. And then we just need this conveyor rail here completed. So we can start evacuating all the nonsense that we pack into our conveyor loader. Very, very good. And that should fix us up completely. All right. Looking really nice. I mean, there's not too much I can complain about here. Which also means there's really not much stopping us from turning this here to polluted water and filling up our tank up here on the top. Actually, there's one thing stopping us. Radiant liquid pipe up here on the top is missing. That used to be a radiant liquid pipe. Now we're going to go with conduction panels, of course. Our new standard. That's what we use. We're going to do it here and we're going to do it there. Those are the two positions that we need. And we're just going to hook it up. Something like this here. Very simple. Very straightforward. And while we're at it, we're going to plop in another steam turbine as well. Very nice. Goodness, said fell asleep while PC's still on? Okay, well that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, we're filling it up. Not entirely sure what happened here. Oh, I know what happened here. That's too funny. Our thermal aqua tuna here turned on because this here was still showing the wrong value. It turned on for one single blip, and that blip caused the first 10 kilograms of polluted water to freeze. And we have him now, right here. Of course, how else would it be? How else would it be? But we are generating a vacuum. We are removing all of this nonsense here automatically, exactly as it will be later. Is using the conduction panels better than cooling liquid on top of the steam turbines? Is it better? Not necessarily. Is it easier? Yes. So we have the water right here. We're going to empty the water because we still want the water, of course. We have polluted water right here, and that we're going to sweep. Simple, straightforward. That's how we are going to do it. All right. What else do we have left in here debris-wise? Ice? Sure, that's fine. A little bit of ice. No, it's no problem at all. In the meantime, we will just continue to fill up our liquid reservoir. I'm going to cut this here off just for a second. We can continue filling it. And not have it go around in a loop. Kind of like this here. Looks like you have another breakage right here, really? Why is the thermal aqua tuna running? Why is it running? Is there a problem with the automation wire? Why is it green? Then a green signal is above -5, not below. I'm an idiot. That's why. Of course it should be below, not above. Okay, that explains it. It was human error, as that usually is the case. But it should be fine now. Just gotta fix up that broken pipe. Classic. Yep, that is in fact a classic indeed. Nilmer is here researching a little bit. Everybody's having their hands on this gold volcano. That's fine with me. Everybody's allowed to give it a shot. Why not? I personally would prefer dupes with a little bit more skill, but that is fine. We will get it eventually. Varys is coming. Chances are relatively high that he will finish this year actually up, I think. Or maybe not. That's still much slower than I expected. Well, somebody will fix it. It's fine. Hi, Beer, what do you think about the new DLC Prehistoric Pack? I have only heard about it. I have not actually too much looked into it myself. But I'm looking forward to it. That's for sure. That is for sure. I mean, so far, none of them has disappointed me. So far, everyone was worth it. Basically as simple as that. It's about to erupt, so BierTier is in for a hard time, but that's fine. He will be okay. Numerous here. Words was like, nope. And there we have it. A little bit of scaldings going on, of course. How else would it be? Let's see how much we can get out of here. Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a melting issue. I thought I built it out of steel, didn't I? I must have not. Must have not, I suppose. Let's see if we can fix it up and if we can research it. At least researching it. We have a little bit of polluted oxygen in here, but it's so little that once we have... yeah, I'm not worried about it. There we go. Let's see, the gold's coming out, and it shouldn't be that big of an issue anymore. Yeah, the heat has basically dissipated by now. The rest of the polluted oxygen is being pumped out because we still have our vacuum pump here. So none of it is an issue. Very, very good indeed. All right, words. Come on. Finish it up, will you? Please. He did. Very good. And we still have 70 cycles left on this bad boy. All right, then. Let's get rid of the vacuum pump. Let's get rid of all of this here. Let's get rid of that. And then let's close the system here off and be done with it. Health bars are falling faster than research is climbing. That's right. That is right. That's the only way to do it, man. I'm telling you. Okay. Last but not least, a little bit of cleaning. And we should be golden. Up here on the top, we can close this off, and we should be fine. In the F6, we need to cut this here badly. And connect this here back up. And it looks like it's a little bit stuttery. We need to get rid of a tiny little bit of water here. Very simple and straightforward. We don't need this pump anymore, so we're going to get rid of it. But we do want to empty out this pipe here anyways, so we need a temporary liquid vent, which we are just going to connect like this. Not yet, but in a minute. So we can go the other way around. And we can actually evacuate some water. And not add some more. High stress? Yeah, that's constant. That's fine. I'm not too worried about too high stress, honestly. How is our cooling effort going over here? Oh, look at that. 18 degrees on the dot. Beautiful. Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. That's great. Great to see. What do we have here? Didn't we want to just plant a buddy bud here? Somehow I kind of remember that I planted that here for a buddy bud. And I wanted to put another one over here because I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's where all of our germs are. I don't think we have any more left anywhere else, really. Yeah, nothing. Literally, this here is the last area that is completely invaded by slime lung. Which is, of course, slightly suboptimal, so we should probably do something about it. So, let's do something about it. Looks like we have 2 more buddy buds on top of everything else. Let's put another one here. Put another one there. Why not? And let's see if we can maybe bring in an airflow tile here. Let's plop in an airflow tile. Why not? Here. And that should probably take care of the worst of it, I would assume. This here can all be dug up. And with those 2 airflow tiles, of course, what I'm after is deodorizers. 1 here, 1 there. And heavy water wire. Straight connection. And let's see if we can fight back a little bit here with our buddy buds. It's only 80% way fine. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Deodorizer, high priority. Keep it filled with sand at all times. Until we take care of the issue at hand, at least. And then go from there. Build it. And then keep it filled. Damn it. Buddy bud. Plant it. Make it happen. Alright, dudes. Let's see who wins this battle at the end of the day. 4 buddy buds. Very closely together. Against an insane amount of slime lung. Only one can emerge as a winner, I suppose. Okay, second deodorizer is in. And just needs to get filled with a little bit of sand. And we are off to the races. Alright, next buddy bud's here as well. Are we having the body temperature to sustain it? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, looks like it. Alright, let's check back in a little while. And let's see what this here looks in 10 minutes or so. I fear for the slime lung. You're not supposed to fear for the slime lung, sir. You're doing it wrong. Okay. We're injecting more and more heat into the water from our gold. But other than that, not really a hell of a lot happening because, of course, right here, our polluted water is already coming in extremely cold. So it's not like we are helping a hell of a lot here. And it looks like now we have evacuated more than enough polluted water that we are getting a smooth round of water going around and keeping our system here nice and cool. All right, very good. It's already connected to the power grid. Everything's ready to roll. All we need is this stuff here to turn to steam and turn on our 2 steam turbines. Globe Psycho Panda is here, says hello there, lovely people. How is it going today? It's going great so far. Cannot complain one bit. How about yourself? And of course, thank you very much for joining. Okay, I think it is time to come up with a dupe to send through our teleporter. I always have to keep in mind the limits that we are. Actually, we have a little bit more to do here because we are running out of food. Kind of forgot about that point, that part of it. That is a slight issue, not gonna lie. That is a slight problem, not going to lie about it. That is already a cool slush geyser. I'm wondering if I just throw a liquid tepidizer into this bad boy right here and hope for the best, what is it gonna do? I mean, seriously, what is it gonna do? Is there any chance that that would work? I have no idea. I've never tried anything that stupid. Bristle blossoms. Bristle blossoms, yeah, but what to feed those? I mean, I do have this water here, I suppose. Do I have seeds for bristle blossoms? Let's uproot one of those bad boys here so we can take a look at what we're working with. I don't even know. And yes, I could just look in the resources tab, but it's easier to just do it this way. Okay, mealwood we have for days. Bristle blossoms we have a whooping 16 worth. I do need water. Lots of it. 5 to 30 degrees, we can work with that. You know what? Let's go bristle blossoms, because we can. But at the same time, though, let's also make sure that that is not the only thing we are doing. 16 of them, we said, right? So can I theoretically just go ahead and put 16 along here, maybe? Yes, I can. Literally just on top of here, because why not? 16. 14. 16. Nice. And this here is our cold water. And it is not connected to our liquid tepidizer. But you have to bring it up a little bit in temperature. We don't really have a choice here, do we now? Problem is also, though, that we don't have any high wattage nearby. With the exception of this here. But is that going to help us? Not really. I just connected my major power lines, so power should not be a problem anymore. Oh yeah. Love it when you get to the point where you have a power spine that goes through your base, and you can just connect everything up relatively easily. That is a really nice point in the game to reach, honestly. You know, for what we need, I believe this will be fine. Because all we need is about 10, 15 degrees or so. Magma plus volcanoes for the win. Haven't had the pleasure yet of finding a magma volcano. We have literally every metal, but we do not have magma, apparently. On this map, at least. Alright, we have the liquid tepidizer. It's online. Yes, the potential load is insane, I'm well aware. But we don't need it a lot. We don't need it a long time either. So, should be fine for our purposes here. Then right here, we're just gonna go full on nuts, I believe. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do here. What do we have on this thing? A whole lot of nothing from the looks of it. So yeah, we're also gonna just steal this power wire right here, temporarily. And we're gonna plop in another liquid tepidizer. Just gonna make this area here straight. You know what? We're gonna do it completely differently. We're gonna do it with insulated tiles because we do have this cool slush geyser right here that could potentially sustain us. So why not utilize it? Why not utilize it the way it's meant to be? Let's build us a wall that comes all the way across here. Yeah, why not? Let's keep this here kind of like separated, sort of. I think I'm just going to keep this here exactly the way it is. Yeah, I like this. Why not utilize what we already have? Yeah, let's see. Let's see what this here looks like here in a minute. What else do we have here? In utilities, we will need a liquid tepidizer. We are going to plop the liquid tepidizer here. In automation, we're going to go with a thermosense and plop that over there. Come along in the middle. Hook it all up to power. And see what happens. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. You have to sap around here. Yep. That makes sense. Because here in the water, we of course have bionic duplicants. They could have really put in a little bit of a better, like, AI for the bionic duplicants. To help with that kind of behavior. Like, if you're clearly building inside of water, maybe the duplicant shouldn't just go head first in there, if there is another option available. But it's okay. It's fine. Are there any floxes? We have seen floxes. Bamus. Where were the floxes? Top right? Flox. We do have Fluxus, yep. Somebody's picking him back up, that's okay. Looks like we actually can't go over there, can we? No, we cannot. Well, let's do this. No, we can. It may look weird, but that's okay. We can also analyze this bad boy. Sure, why not? Are you going to make a video about the new DLC? I don't know about a video. I mean, my time is just so short on, you know, in general, it's just short. I don't have time for editing, but I will most definitely stream it. Most definitely. Most definitely. That is most definitely on the agenda. Okay, so now we need this water right here to be, what did the bog bucket say, 10 degrees, I believe? Yes, 10 degrees. So let's say 15 degrees. And let's see if that's doable with a steady stream of 5.5 kilograms at negative 10 degrees. I don't know if it is or not. Like I said, I can't say I've ever tried anything that this dumb. But here we are. Here we are indeed. Let's bring in some airflow tiles here on the right side, maybe. And some more insulated tiles along here as well. We will have a little bit of spillage right here. Unless we're just going to build a tile on the inside real quick. You know what? The spillage may actually be a good thing in this particular case, because it is water. So you know what? Screw it. Let's spill it. And all this cleaning down here, I really need that to happen a little bit faster, boys. Especially the ice. So we can keep this here, if at all possible, at least pure polluted water. And not also water. Okay. Let's see how we're doing up here. We're up to 0.9 cycles. What's happened? Yeah, our water is just not really warm enough, or, yeah. We don't have any steam, so the conveyor belt just gets hotter and hotter and hotter with every eruption. And eventually it will melt if we don't get steam in, so that does make kind of sense, I assume. Not optimal, but what can you do? What can you do? Until we have enough heat in here. It's just that the condition was that our thermal tuner here can't really run. Because our water is already cold. It will not turn on until our steam is hot, at which point we won't need it anymore. So, yeah, that's basically what we're dealing with here. What else are we dealing with at the moment? Nothing? No? And it looks like our liquid tapidizer is winning against the cool slush geyser. That's actually quite interesting. Didn't expect that, but it's apparently a true statement. Okay, we will also need a little bit of power. Just a tiny little bit, though. That's the nice thing. It really is just a tiny little bit. With this conductive wire, we're just going to come down here. Going to bring it down. We're going to grab us in furniture, some ceiling lights. Let's see what's the best possible way to do this. Looks like it's something like this here. That's fine. Now we just got to set this here to bristle blossoms. Plant it, copy it. And then last but not least, we need the water. It should now be a little bit warmer, I hope. To follow suit and come all the way into here. Yeah, the water is slowly but steadily heating up. And once this here is built, it should also move a little bit faster, because currently it's just moving so slow that the water in the line is still cold until more hot water is being sucked in there. Also, what we haven't done all day, in literally 2.5 hours, is looked at our printing pod. What in the hell? All Zero says, ideas are never as dumb as a dupe carrying out the job. Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. Couldn't say it better myself. All right, guys. This is the question for you. We have, available to us, I suppose, Defungal Spore. One whole one, of which we currently have 43.49654. Do we want to push that to 44.49654? I don't know. It's up to you. We can also go with Sheen. Sheen is decorating and tidying, and also likes agriculture. We have Harold, who likes farming, but and also has increased agriculture. Very nice. And then we have Ruby with researching, +10, but decreased husbandry and an increased bladder. Those are our 4 options. The reject all button is here as well. Let me know what you think is the best for us and put it in chat. And then we go from there. All right. Also, something else that I kind of forgot is down here on the bottom, we need another row of insulated towels. And it looks like it's still not really transferring a hell of a lot of heat into our water, which probably means our conveyor rail in the background here is more and more heating up once again. It is probably going to melt again. You have once again polluted oxygen in here. I really hope that once this water here heats up, that will be a non-issue, but we will see, I suppose. But we will need a lot more heat in there before the system is properly ready to roll. How are we doing here? Our polluted water? Up to 3.5 degrees. That will work. That will work for us here. Looks like a tiny little bit of polluted water is in here again. I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from, but sure, that works for me. Bring it on. Anything helps at this point in time, I suppose. What we can also do, I just realized, is we can now just get rid of the liquid pump here. And we should just be able to... Yeah, well... I mean, we will get water in here, will we? Kind of consider just letting it drop, but then we have the liquid water right here. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that's smart. Let's just leave that stuff up here. Is it low enough? Nah, it's not low enough to be mopped up. How much do we have? 160 kilograms, really? That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. But what can you do? It is fine for right now. It would have been really nice. Actually, it's still fine. Because this ladder here, we're just going to extend it. We're just going to extend it all the freaking way down. And I mean, all the freaking way down. Which then allows us, in turn, to bring this pipe here all the freaking way down as well. Very good. That's what we want. And now we can have it. Actually, we don't want to have it quite that low, but that's okay. The gist is still the same. And there we have it already. 1 drop of water. Of course. How else would it possibly be? At this point, we can just go ahead and open this here up. It won't matter anymore. So let's make it happen and just release that water down there. It's fine. But we still want this ladder here, though. That changes nothing in that regard. This wire right here doesn't really have a hell of a lot on it. I think we are going to also expand this wire right here and going to utilize this wire instead for this area. Yeah, that's going to be a hell of a lot better, I believe, because we have more capacity. All right, time to get more winks of sleep. Good night, everyone. Gunnar, I hope you have a good rest of your night. Since it is currently, what did you say, 4 a.m. or something crazy? Bionic duplicant, unhappy up here on the top. Of course. Oxygen, plenty. Somebody should bring you a battery. Not that big a deal. Okay, looks like this here was connected. Still a little bit more to do, of course, but generally speaking, it could be a hell of a lot worse. Shout out for the cookie. That's right, Cookie. That's right. Couldn't do it without the cookie. That's for damn sure. That is for damn sure. I was a little bit too fast once again with getting rid of the stuff. Finding little psycho panda and an oxygen not included stream. Who would have guessed? The usual suspects, right? Okay, we are looking decent here. We just have to put in the stuff, but the dupes are on it. Actually, surprisingly fast right now. A lot of dupes are gonna die. We'll be incapacitated because they're dumb enough to come down here, and there's not a damn thing that I will do about it. But if you want to commit suicide on my stream, then so shall it be. I really couldn't care less. It's really not my problem. So yeah. Okay. Now we're decent. Now we're good. Now we can bring all this in here as it should be. And this thing here is still running, bringing the water temperature up very nicely. And then last but not least, all we need, and I'm gonna go straight for a filtered liquid pump, of course, just so it makes our life a little bit easier. That was one too high though. In the long run, if this water here should ever get down here somehow during a dormancy period, whatever, we will not have an issue. That is at least the general idea. And also, let's hook this here up and this here up. That's what it should be like. And we should be good to go. I hope little stinky cookie is still there. Yeah, still there. You doing it wrong? That may well be. There's a high chance, actually. A very high chance, as a matter of fact. I would actually be surprised if I'm doing it right. Okay, where did you fall? Here. Ooh. Looks like you need some mopping before we do anything else here. Yeah, here's Keonis, once again. Trying to commit suicide, once again. Not a damn thing I'm gonna do about it. But you can have the extreme digging booster now, and you should have some skills now, don't you? Where are you at, Keonis? You get schematics, improved gears, and advanced schematics. That should work. And that should then also help you with getting in another digging booster. And on the bright side, that also gets you out of the water too. I suppose, because you gotta find those boosters now. Okay, Cookie is back up on his feet. All good. Farinia is here. This up beer. Good night. Doing all right. How about yourself, Farinia? And thank you very much for joining. I need a suit. You don't need a suit. You're a dude. You're fine. All right, we made it all the way to the bottom here, almost. All good, my friend. All good. And you? Very good. Very, very good. Cannot complain at all. And happy to hear. The same is true for you as well. Long time I catch the stream. Nice to chill? Yeah, it is nice to chill and just hang. I agree. 100%. 100%. Because if I wouldn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it, trust me. Still no mopping? No, this time we can mop. There we go. Get rid of this nonsense here. Yeah, most of the stuff here can now go, actually. Once we mop, the wall here can go. Actually, you can get rid of so much of this stuff here. Basically all of it, in fact. And start getting rid of this stuff right here, this stuff right here. All of it can go. Good grief. So much stuff. Alright, let's see. Can we get a dupe stuck? That would be nice. Apparently we got a lot of dupes stuck, just not where we wanted them to be stuck. That's not nice. That'll fix it, though. That's also now happened, of course, in that moment where I didn't look. What else could it possibly be? And you're officially stuck. Very nice. That helps. Get rid of these two. Get rid of those two. Yeah, we're starting to make a dent into that bad boy. Now we have 2 dupes stuck up here. Even better. It makes it faster. 2 more right here. And of course, now you can't reach this one ladder. You suckers. You suckers. That is okay. Thanks for the shout out. I love you, but I have duties to attend. Thought my dupe that isn't reacting to stress broke when I loaded my save, but after binge eating once, I went right back to being stuck at 100%. Yes, my dupe is invincible stress in a way now. That's right. The invincibly stressed dupe. Oh, God. Never figured it out. Is it better less dupes or more starting out? That depends on every single playthrough. It depends on how much food you have, how much resources you have, and so on and so forth. It's never as easy as it's better with more, or it's better with less. It really depends on the start that you have, on how fast you bring them on. Alzia says trying to tame a minor volcano again, maybe this time without melting everything. But isn't that the fun of it? It doesn't melt everything. Simon says, good German answer. I mean, it's just the truth of it. Ah, look at that. It's a beauty. Let's set this bad boy here to polluted water and let her rip. And that should hopefully then solve our 0-calorie issues that we are currently facing. Rather earlier than later. I never hooked these here up to power, which doesn't allow our bristle blossoms to grow, which is of course an issue all by itself. But the water is coming, allowing our bark buckets to grow. And the bristle blossoms should be coming up now as well. So hopefully. It's just in time to keep us at least somewhat alive here. And let's bring the bark bucket in as well. Okay. I will build a couple more because eventually we will harvest, and once that happens, we will be decent. And yeah, right. Somebody said it earlier, and I ignored it. We can now rip through 3 of these here out, because of course the bark buckets cannot grow in those kind of conditions, in that kind of light. So let's snip it off here, I believe. And connect it up here instead. Yeah, that's it. That's right. That's what we want to do. And then let's copy these settings over here. To the right. And these here actually should wait for right now, because we don't have a light source yet. So that can wait. These here have a light source, but these are more important once we get the seeds that we need. Alright, time for another one of our blueprints. Let's see what we have here. And we have a sunny retro flower pot. I feel like we already have 15 of those. So that's unfortunate. Can't win them all. But earlier, I asked who we want, and it seems like Harold won the vote. But of course, now we need a name for Harold. Now, who is a supporter of the channel, which means you're either a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, and you don't have a dupe yet? Who wants to become Harold? Let me know in chat right now. Okay, we already have a winner. It's Amigo Polar. Welcome to the game. And thank you very much for supporting the channel. I truly, truly appreciate it. Let's give you improved farming and the hat, and in priorities, Amigo, you're gonna go straight for farming and eventually for ranching as well. That's the general idea. Elfrey says, who wants to be added to the Deadpool? Better than gloves, says little psycho panda. That is correct, yes. That is, in fact, better than gloves. What happened in here? Yeah, a little bit of sand, apparently. That is okay. We can fix that, thankfully. Looks like we have a little bit of polluted oxygen up here, which was apparently enough to form a layer. Which is highly unfortunate. But that is okay. Let's also make sure we now go ahead and fix the floor, and let's see how much steam we have in here. 127 kilograms. Of course, the stuff is all coming out thanks to the conveyor loader here, but if the dupes can help, then they might as well. Especially the stuff over here, which cannot be reached by the auto sweeper anyway. There we go. That should be the rest of it. Now the only problem that we have is the polluted oxygen up here on the top. You have to get rid of it in one way or another. And yeah, that's just gonna suck. No matter how we look at it, that is going to suck. And I think the easiest way to do it, the fastest way to do it, yeah, I can't do this here. That's what I feared would be the case. That I don't have enough space in here because the gold volcano is in the way. That gives me only two other options, really. The vacuum pump and the mini gas pump. I just hope they're not going to overheat. That's my main issue here. And the main problem is I'm also going to pump steam. So to prevent that from happening, I will have to have a filter, and I don't know if I have a space where I can place it. I do not. Not on the inside of here. That sucks. So I have to do it on the outside, which makes it highly inefficient, which sucks even more. But once again, what can you do? Put this to the input. Put the steam back in. Bring this up to here. Yeah. It looks stupid as hell, and it is, but what can you do? The problem is that the high pressure gas vent is still gonna be overpressured though. That is a problem. The odorizer is not gonna help me because then I just have oxygen. I need steam. This is actually not going to work this way. The only way that I can make it work is bring the gas vent all the way over here to the very top. Yeah. A lot of dupes are gonna get hurt during this nonsense. A lot of dupes are gonna get hurt. Hope you're mentally ready for the screams of dupes. But it's the only way that I can see to make this here happen. To hope that enough polluted oxygen stays in here that the steam just stays in the pipe and I can just deconstruct the pipe to get the steam back. That's where my head's at. Alright, dupes. Let the complaining begin. I'm hot. It has 120 degrees in here. Yeah. Yeah, that is gonna be a complete disaster. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Alright, that's not gonna fly. That is absolutely not gonna fly. We need to put in a checkpoint up here real quick. Put in just a couple of suit docks. It doesn't have to be pretty, just functional. What else do we have to do? We can just come up here. We can just come up through here. Sure, why not? Let's just use a fat wire. Bring the wire up here. Get rid of this nonsense. Grab us a filter pump, not a liquid one. A gas pump. Grab us a heavy water wire, bring it in. And then an F7, we're going to grab us in ventilation. A pump, or a pipe, I mean, not a pump we already got. And connect it up, and just use this oxygen that we have up here. Already available. All of it. We're incapacitated. And why? And that is now a massive problem, because now I have to allow a dupe to go back in there again. God damn it. Yeah, you're fine down there, but I'm more worried about Greg here. Yep. Corrected. No, and what? 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 Oh, starvation is the problem. Oh, I was like, how did she die down there? Yeah, that is a problem. We just have no food coming in anytime soon from our growth here. Yeah, nothing. That's okay, though. Drastic times. Call for drastic measures, I suppose. We don't need them anyway. That is a massive issue that I didn't see coming. I didn't think that the starvation is that big of an issue. I thought the problem would solve itself. Apparently, my assumption was just dead wrong. Dead wrong. Also, you got their out of there, right? Okay, then stop going back in there. Alright, good. Is anybody gonna come and kill these things here, please? Yeah, more dupes are gonna die if we don't get food in. Yeah, due to the timer being fucked up, I completely didn't pay attention to the food situation at all. That truly sucks. What a rookie mistake to make. But it doesn't matter. This will bring us in enough food to keep us over until the next harvest is in, and that should be fine. It's just a matter of seeing how many dupes will actually lose their life according to this, and then bring them back as synthetic dupes. God, these things have so much health. So much health. It's crazy. Oh my, the colony's getting cut in half. God, look at those health bars. That is ridiculous. I mean, they're just not eating raw meat right now. Because I don't think they actually have enough time to cook it. It is set to cook in it, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. I don't think we have the time. Let's see. I should have not done that. Where are the 3 dupes that died? Oh, they're all right here. They're all right beside each other. That's perfect. Look at that. So that's Bio, the Scarlet Pass. Here we have Bio Elfie Wolf. Bio Elfie Wolf. And then, last but not least, who's here? Greg. Wait, Greg? Greg is already a, how did Greg die? Greg didn't die from freaking, starvation. What did Greg die from? That's unfortunate. Died murder. Yeah, I don't know what happened to you. You may have been backstabbed by one of your fellow dupes. I don't know what you did to them, but apparently you must have done something. Craig version 3.0. Yes. Coming in soon. Coming in soon. Alright, can we build this infrastructure here now that we need, please? Died by battery and ran out of oxygen. That may well be, and the dupes were starving, so they had bigger problems than worrying about that dupe that ran out of battery. That is probably what happened. How are we doing churn-wise? Oh, damn. The slime lung is still winning? How? It's pure oxygen now. And 4 buddy buds in the vicinity. How is there still slime lung here? That is actually insane. That is actually insane, but okay. We may have to actually build us a rec room here very soon because our dupes are not doing too hot. Less mouths to feed does help the food problem. That is very true, Jade. That is very, very true. But yeah, a rec room is probably in order here very soon. There is no question. This one here will keep us alive for a long, long time with our bog buckets. You need wash bins on a gunk extractor? Yeah, I just ignored those because they're not really doing anything. Kind of like food poisoning, kind of completely pointless. Almost like slime lung, even that is kind of pointless to worry about. Sorry for repeating myself, but can't you also just assign a dupe to equip an atmosuit without needing to have an entire separate system to power and send oxygen? Yes, you could do that, but the truth is it's just a pain in the ass. Much more than just building this here real quick. Because the dupe is constantly trying to go back and take it back off at the station. It's so freaking annoying. We already have one. Well, that's good. We'll just, 3 more. Sure. Better too many than not enough. We will need more in the future anyway. Where would we build a rec room, though? That's the bigger question, really. I don't even know where to put one. We'll just put it down here, technically speaking. Really not too much stopping us from doing so. I am probably going to go ahead and rip this nonsense here out to stop the off-gassing at least a little bit. Because the off-gassing is just going crazy, completely nuts here. Need to slow that down a little bit. But other than that, I think this is the perfect location for a rec room. So let's make it happen. Let's see what we can put in there station-wise. Not station. Furniture. That's what we're looking for. There we go. Okay, what do we need? First of all, room requirements. That is a room that I do not remember. Just a recreational building and a decor item. That's it. Cool. Easy enough. And Words is here. Hi, Words. Let's see. What do we have here? Party line phones. That thing is 240 watts? No, 120. Very nice. Let's put a 3 in here. Let's put a 3 in there. Sure, why not? And what are we going to put in the middle? Maybe a jukebox? What is that saying? 960 watts? Do we have power nearby? Not really, do we? I mean, worst case scenario, I mean, I really don't want to bring the main power line over. But what we can do at all times, though, is we can always just plop in a large power transformer right here. And siphon some extra power from literally right there. That'll do it. Let's bring that down here. And then let's bring it over. It'll look something like this here. And let's give it some decor while we're at it. What do we have? Metal block. Beautiful. Something good here. Decor plus 50% on gold. I think that's gonna be the winner. Sure. Is that thing not symmetrical? How many spaces do we have here? 14? It is. So, gonna look a little bit odd, but one extra phone. Certainly. 1 hurt. Alright, dupes. Let's build it. So you have a little bit of recreation in your lives. Maybe that will help out a little bit, at least, with your morale issues. Just a little bit. Not a hell of a lot. Just a notch. Alright. Cookie here is not doing too hot. Destroying all our shit. Hopefully the recreation room will fix that. Also, for a recreation room, one more thing. Let me cancel just everything. It's fine. It's fine. Gonna have to rebuild this here, but it's easy. Because what I want to do is carpet across the board, everywhere. Anything that helps. Anything at all that helps. Deliver a suit, deliver a suit. And let's make sure we repair all this nonsense here. That was just destroyed by Cookie. And then hopefully we can send dupes back in here. Also this here needs to be set to oxygen, of course. Alright. Word says, look, it's a BierTier stream, yeah? Could have seen that coming. Cookie went monster. Cookie did it indeed. Go monster. Straight monster. Yeah, we need to get this here done quicker. Dupes, quicker. Like this here. We need this here. I need somebody to combine. I need somebody to bring atmosuit docks. Atmosuits to the dock, I mean. And then disable the building for the time being. Because right at the moment, we cannot go through here, which is of course a problem. Also, Cookie, can you maybe not run around? Can you maybe just lay down somewhere? And I don't know who else needs to, but I'm just gonna throw 3 of you in there. How about that? What in the actual hell? You're right, Demetrius. It has disappeared. There's only 1 single tile left. What the hell happened? We don't need any of this nonsense. Son of a... They hacked uneven. That was like 300 grams per tile. And it still just disappeared? How? I mean, I'm not complaining, but how? I mean, that is just crazy. That is just absolutely crazy. Only 1 tile left, sure enough. And the steam is at 60 kilograms a tile. Exactly where it should be. Then what in the hell is going on here? I don't know what happened, but again, not complaining, I suppose. Very, very odd. The guy Thermacquatune is doing some work here, that's nice to see. Words, you're not the right dude to go in there. Do we literally have no one else but you, Words? I can't go in there. Son of a gun. That just can't be it, right? Yes. I should have really just chosen 2 dupes or so with high health that are the only dupes that are allowed to go in there. That would have been the thing to do here. All you need to do is grab a few things off the floor that are too far away for the auto sweeper. That's all I'm asking for. It's not too difficult, not too hard. But nope. And the problem is we don't have any more open beds either. So we need to build us some. Let's just plop up a handful up here. That should hopefully get the job done. Oh man. Jonas picked up Croc. That's good to see. Couple more things to do. That's literally it. Literally it. On the bright side, it means we can rip all of this here out as well. That should hopefully be the end of this topic right here. I also don't know where the polluted oxygen came from in the first place, to be very honest. But that's okay. If that's the worst of it, we are okay. Jonas, are you committing suicide again? Yup. Doc, same with you? Nope. Scarlet Pass, there you go. You are the perfect dupe that can go in there without too many troubles. And who just jumped in there with you? Paris, of course. Actually, Scarlet, I just realized that you have 0 skill points and you are actually the worst dupe to go in there. But that's also still okay. Yes, it does let me give permissions. I just hoped I wouldn't need to, but yeah. Usually when I hope for something, it doesn't get any better anytime soon. Yeah, we're gonna stop the permissions to go in. Which I can't do because Alfie's now laying there. But generally speaking, I just need to find a dude that has a lot of health that is allowed to go in there. Really? What did you just do? Now the door can't close because there's a dupe stuck. Door will only close when you die. And as a matter of fact, now it bugged out. Because we have too many dupes in there. I have never seen that before. That's funny as hell. And TheRelaxedMovement is also standing just in the heat. That's the best one I've seen so far. Yeah, I also don't know what to do about it, I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea what to do about it. Because this door here, I cannot delete it. I can do this here, and I can do this here, and this here. You can corner build? Yeah, but not fast enough. Still trying to kill me? This time I will be successful, don't you worry about it. Robert Duck is also just sitting in front of the door. Yeah, you see the door bugging out? Because there's a dupe in there. Oh man, that's too good. Did it stop bugging now? I don't know if it did or not. I don't know. But it doesn't matter anymore because everybody's dead. Alright, there's 3 more dead dupes. We can synthetic... yeah, only one of them. Only one of them we can resurrect. It's like a horror film with a corpse in the elevator door. Yes! Yes, that hits the nail on the head. Wait, what did they do with his corpse? Now hold on, where did his corpse go? Is it here with the rest? Where's the corpse? That was the one corpse I could resurrect. No. No. No, it's gone. That's one. That's Doc. No, he's down here. Okay, you just teleported out of there. Okay, you're fine. Words, you're fine. It's all good. Bio words for the win. And of course, wakes up in the water. That was scary there for a second, not gonna lie. Lost the 3. Lost 3 more dupes, but that's fine. That's okay. Okay, we're just gonna leave this hellhole here completely behind and never touch it again. How about that? I think that is a good decision. We just not care about this one piece of igneous rock in the corner. Because everything else in here is working, it's fine, it's totally good. All we have to do is get rid of this nonsense and we are totally okay. Alright. Apparently there's a little bit of steam as well. Yeah, this thing here bugged out completely. It has no idea. There also shouldn't be any water in here. Oh no. We broke this here completely. Like, as much as you can break things. That's how much we broke them. Too good. Too good. Invalid building location. Okay. Unreachable build. Okay. Yeah, but that is it, though, right? Everything else is fine. I should probably assign more dupes to more cots. Just for the fun of it. There we go. So they can get their ass in there. And hopefully stay in there. Until they're somewhat healthy again. And we may have to bring on another dupe. Sorry to say, but... we have Camille, Nicola, and Joshua. All three of them are available to us, with building operating tidying on the front with increased science, but requires light to sleep. We have Nicola in the middle and Joshua on the right with researching and ranching, also increased science. They all three have quick learner. What the what? Two of them have requires light to sleep. In the middle we have to decrease construction though. All three of them are interesting dupes, but we also have Mercy seats and the reject all button. The choice is yours, as always, so let me know what you think, which one should we get, and that's, of course, precisely what we are going to do. Alright, dupes. Put the floor in so you can build the rest. How about that? On the bright side, your food is looking better now. I wonder why. I wonder why. Okay. Yeah, we just need dupes and cots. We need them to regain their health because look at their movement speed. That's why currently there's absolutely nothing happening in our base. Currently we have only one vote for Camille and one vote for Josh. Guys, I need that to get up a little bit. I need more votes because that's just not going to do it. It's just not going to fly, not going to lie. So a little bit more would be good. Alright, we have now 3 votes for Camille. 1 for Josh, 1 for Nicola. Camille's going to make the race here in the next 15 seconds if nothing changes. Because we need another dupe, and we need another dupe badly. So, we don't really have time to mess around here. Okay. Camille is going once. Camille is going twice. And Camille is going to join us. Now, we just need... Camille right here. We need to give Camille a different name. Anybody. Who did we just lose? I didn't pay attention. Dog number 27. We did lose Doc. How about Doc version 3.0? Doc number 27 version 3.0. Welcome back, Doc. You're slowly but steadily catching up to Jason Felser, who is currently on version 5.0. You're getting there, you're getting there. I have all the faith in the world in you. Who votes for Camille? I was explaining my reasons. Did I mess up? There's always a chance of me messing up. Did the freaking thing melt again? There's no way. What? Why? Why are we not evacuating? Oh, because it died. That is interesting. That has never happened before. Never seen that before. Huh. Interesting. Either way, we got a fresh tube in. Fresh wood for the fire. However you want to look at it. The other dupes are slowly but steadily recovering, I think, or hope. And then hopefully, once we have this area here ready to go, the dupes will happily utilize it. And we can hopefully get back on track here. Because we wanted to go to the other planetoid, but that is currently not in the cards, really. Here, that's what I expected to happen when all of this water here, or all of this ice here melts. Yeah, we have a little bit of a spill, but that's okay. Maybe a small pack of dirt from whatever caused that polluted oxygen. Yeah, maybe so. I really don't know. So yeah, our steam turbines are not running at a 100% capacity because we have a tiny little bit of polluted oxygen in here, but the truth is, that's fine. And the truth is also, it doesn't really matter too much. So yeah. I mean, the main thing is that our dupes recover right now, truthfully. That has to happen, because right at the moment they're all so slow that they're just not doing shit at all. Durf says, I see you've been killing off the dupes. Me? No. I wouldn't kill dupes. PT, you just typed Camille. It may be that your stream is a little bit behind. You may want to refresh. It seems like you're about 5, if not more minutes behind. Just as a little heads up from my end. Yeah, once those polyline phones are in, that should be good. Okay. They are making it happen. Very slowly. But they are making it happen. It'll be just fine. I'm just going to assign the ones that have nobody assigned to just anyone. It doesn't matter. That just means that their health is too high to be assigned automatically. I still want them to be healed up fully. That would be great, to say the least. And speaking of it, do we actually have a dude that has a decorating skill? No, we don't. I had a feeling that that would happen. I had a feeling. What are we gonna do about decorating? Doc here has one singular point, but not in decorating. Doc's gonna be an engineer eventually, so that's what we're gonna do here. What about Varric? Needs to go into critter wrenching. Saturated, definitely not. Our options are highly limited, to say the least. Good grief. Good grief. What's the easiest possible way to do this? I'm trying to figure that out. But we don't really have an easy path to make that happen quickly. Katrina right here, probably. We'll have to put on the hat. That is okay. In priorities, Katrina, you're going to be decorating from here on out. All right, that'll fix it. Now it's do comply. Sometimes it's do comply. Sometimes it's do not comply. Sometimes it's do not comply too. I'm confused. Can't you just give a dupe a booster for it? A bio dupe? Yes, I could. I considered that as well. But for that, I would need many more microchips, which I don't have. So that was off the table, unfortunately. But it will still be a masterpiece. So it is just fine for the time being. Obviously, it's not optimal, but what can you do? Are we looking? By now I can see a few floral scents here, but it's still a lot of slime lung, not gonna lie. A hell of a lot of slime lung comparatively. I expected this here to go a hell of a lot faster, but apparently not. I have returned 15 dupes. Did you send another dupe to its device? No, nothing happened. Nothing happened. It's all good. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. There is toggling. Maybe I should have saturated here. A little bit higher on toggling as well. Just so we can get that done. So we can toggle easier to open and close. As it should be. Okay, but everything else. A couple more pieces of wire and we should be good here. And our phone should be online. Our jukebox should be online. And hopefully our stress should go down. At least a little bit. And we should have a recreation room, which gives us, of course, a morale bonus. And our jukebox right here, hopefully, should help us out as well. Alright, dupes. Now we just have to utilize this bad boy and hopefully we don't have any problems anymore. Who's dead here? Music Kitty! Welcome back! Bio Music Kitty! Sometimes you just zoom around your base and you just find, you know, cadavers. It just happens. That just happens sometimes. Very good. Very good. Death by triage caught. That's right. And you have another couple available, so let's put the last few dupes in there that have any sort of health missing. That should be good, so we can get them all back very, very soon in our workforce. Let's open up another blueprint while we're at it. And see what we have coming. Oof. High-vis pants in an extremely bright orange. Extremely bright orange. Okay, we have 2 more to go today. So let's keep that in mind. How's that thing working now? Everything fine? Everything good? Yep. Bare minimum looks a lot better, if nothing else. So let's put these here back in as well. And let's go from there. Yep. Okay. Okay, so going to the other planetoid may be off the table here for another little while because we just don't have the dupe labor to support it at the moment. We cannot even build a tasteful memorial in the middle of our base to bury our dead dupes. That's where we currently stand. High-vis for safety. We don't need those. That's right, Kionis. That's bloody right. Oh yeah, the jukebox is here. Very good. And we have another tasteful memorial. Now we just need a dead dupe that we slap in there and we are good. Perfectly fine. And I think what I'm considering to do is I'm just going to put along here randomly. Sorted randomly at least. More pieces of carpeted tiles to help out with the stress even more. Just throughout the base, basically anywhere. So every time the dupes cross from left to right anywhere for any reason at all, they will get their little footsies tickled. So that should be always a good thing. Okay, very good. Anything that helps at this point is a good thing for us. Are our Dracos doing temperature-wise? 19.5 degrees. That's fine. Okay. Very, very good. But what? No labor? We had 19 dupes. You're correct. The emphasis is on had in this particular case. But before we do anything else, I gotta pee. So I'm gonna set this here to 1x speed. And I hope they're gonna start putting our carpeted tiles in here soon. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go pee. And I'll be back. See you soon. Alright, and I'm back. Go fast, yellow line, go! That's right. The fastest yellow line ever. And it will go. And apparently not a damn thing was done. Where is our dupe labor? I mean, it's dead. I mean, I know that, but at the same time, we should still have plenty of dupes to at least get something accomplished here. As in anything at all. And it looks like that's not the case. You really need this printing pod here back. Dead or dying, that's right. That is right. What about this thing up here? Is it a vacuum? Oh, yes, it is. Kind of forgot about it. Only 3.7 cycles left. Gotta get that done kind of right now. Kind of right now. Let's make it happen. Kind of right now. Just kind of. Let's hopefully get the dupes to get something done here before it's too late. But it is kind of hard to say. You keep killing it off. We will get more in 0.3 cycles or so, if you guys choose to do so, of course. Do we have the labor skills to do it? Yeah, that's a lot of questions here. We need to go through our labor skills here really badly. You do have a good point there. Karak right here, for example, has currently electrical engineering and construction. Let's do double construction. Sure. Kionis right here. Cannot do another one. Can do another one now, though. Another digging. Music Kitty has already an extreme digging booster. Let's do advanced medical booster. That cannot hurt under any circumstances. Scarlet has a ranching booster. Let's do crop tending on top of that. Sure. Also, we should give out hats. Always. Hats. Hats matter. Words, you're next on the list. You have the advanced medical. Let's give you grilling as well, because why not? Brandon, you are fine? Kinda, sorta? Not really? You would have been the right dupe for art fundamentals. Damn it. Didn't see you earlier. Well, now we have it. I'm not gonna give you anything. Nah, not gonna give you anything. Durf. 7 skill points available. We just gave somebody grilling, so that's okay. But 1 extra point here. Better hat. Get the critter wrenching one. I like that one. Goof, you're more than fine. Green tea. Sure, let's give you another slot. Katrina, you're okay. Rubber duck, you're fine. Actually, no, you're fine. Saturated, you're totally fine. And Varric, let's get you into digging a little bit more. All right, let's see. That should hopefully help. At least in the short term. Okay, yep, that's coming out. Everything getting ripped out as it should be. And at that point, we just have to clean after ourselves and put in the wall. And we are good to go here. For this thing here to erupt in 3.4 cycles. No problem whatsoever. Do you have a construction dupe? Engineers, yes. Yes, I do have a construction dupe. We just looked at it. It was one of the bionic ones. Who has all these ones? Right here. Electrical engineering, but also construction ×3. Plenty of construction prowess. For right now. I should probably also look into the priorities, though, if those are still somewhat correct. Which they look like they're not. Doc can dig. Scarlet can dig. Lots of digging. Lots of building. Croc right here. Yeah, there we go. Katrina got ranching. We'll get farming as well eventually. We have somebody for researching. We have somebody for decorating. And we have green tea. Who did we just give it? Was it birds? Skill 5. Skill 5. So we have 2 cooks. That works. All right. Not entirely sure if I wanted a bionic dupe who doesn't eat anything themselves cook my food, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers. And what the hell are you? Seriously, what happened with you? How about we relocate you over here? Is that an option? Got stuck in there a little bit. I don't even know how. A dupe must have dropped him in there, something stupid like that. That's crazy. But got that rectified right away. Okay, everything in here has been done. Again, cleaning one more and then put in the last 2 tiles. So this thing here can erupt very soon and we will see what that looks like. Erupting completely fresh. That is. A little bit more mopping. Here we have our printing pod ready. Let's see. We have Joshua with decorating and building. Frost immunity, but decreased strength. We have Ren with ranching. Morale bonus while in space, but cannot cook, decreased agriculture, and cannot build at all. Then we have Ashcan with operating +9. Decreased agriculture, but gains morning attribute bonuses. And then we have 500 kilograms worth of dirt, and we also have to reject all button. 3 dupes, 1 package of dirt, and to reject all button. What should we do? Let me know in chat. And that is, of course, precisely what we are going to do as well. Alright, so far, so good. Could be a hell of a lot worse. Couple of dead dupes here and there. That's the worst of it. I would argue we're doing just fine. Just fine. Charles Rogers is here, says hello, good morning. Good morning, Charles. How are you doing? And thank you very much for joining today. Truly appreciate that. Down here, plastic, yeah, don't really need that anymore, do we? Kinda pointless, kinda pointless. But that's fine. I kind of wonder what our infinite storages now look like. Only 25 kilograms in there? How? Oh, because this thing here hasn't even erupted yet, but it will in 0.8 cycles. And the other one is probably dormant, is it? And the Dutch girl, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. I truly appreciate it. And yep, sure enough, exactly as I thought, 25.2 cycles. That thing is dormant, and that is why our natural gas here is so low. But that is also exactly why we got us the second one, which will help us out here in 0.6 cycles. And on the hydrogen front, we are at 230 kilograms, which is really not too shabby at all. Not too shabby at all. How much coal do we have? 106 tons. Okay. That tells me, or that allows us, better to say, to connect this here up to the top, bring this here straight through, and rip out the smart battery in the process. Jason is here. Jason is here and says, can I get a dupe check? I don't know. Let's see. Does Jason still live? Uh-oh. No, he doesn't. Jason is somewhere dead, once again. But where? That's the question. Because it should be... I'm pretty sure it should be Jason version 5.0, which would make him a normal dupe, which means we should be able to wake him back up. Let me take a look into chat here. We have literally 1 vote for Ashcan and 1 vote for Dirt. Good job, guys. I'm gonna go with Ashcan. As a matter of fact, let me take a quick look here if we can find our dead dupe, because if not, then it's gonna be Jason. Jason, where did you die? How do you find a dead dupe? How do you find a corpse? Is there a good way to find a corpse? There should be a corpse somewhere. If I were a corpse, where would I be? Probably right here. We have Elfie here and Doc. But we don't have Jason. I have no idea where he died. We had a little bit of a food shortage for literally just a few minutes. Literally. Now we're back up to 100,000 calories. I don't know where you died, Jason. Am I sure that you're dead? Or did I just miss you? Let me double check myself here. Nope. You're definitely dead. As dead as can be. Alright. Check bottom of the ladder. I found Craig here. I found Craig. But I haven't found Jason. Let's check all the way down here. Maybe he died with a suit on? No? It could literally be anywhere in the base because it was literally due to starvation, so it could literally happen anywhere. Which of course doesn't make it very easy, to say the least. Don't see him down here. Don't see him up here. I have no idea where he is. Well, Jason, you're gonna get a new dupe. How about that? Or maybe not. Maybe just not. Let me try it this way. Jason Feltzer version 6.0. Oh no. Jason! Welcome to the game. I don't know, I feel like I've said that before. I don't know where this feeling comes from, but sure as hell feels like it somehow. Okay. So far, so good, at least. Once or twice, I assume, you think? .9 cycles. I really want to see this thing here erupt live. That would be nice. This thing here doesn't really matter, but we can watch it as well. And it should be just in time before our natural gas here runs out, which is absolutely beautiful. Almost like we planned it that way. Here we have another 20. Jason 6.0. First task, find Jason 5.0. That's right. That is your one task. Find your former self's corpse. I'm sure that's not going to scar you for life. What could possibly go wrong? Okay. Here we go. Fresh natural gas coming in. Nice and warm. Double checking that our pump down here is actually made out of steel. Need more memorials. Yes, we do in fact need more memorials. Once we reach 750 Gs. Our pump should turn on. Very nice. And we are officially getting the first natural gas from our new natural gas geyser XE43-1 up into our infinite storage. Very, very nice. Need more memorials. Yes, we need more memorials. You do have a point. Who's buried here? Nilmer! Nilmer is dead! No, not Nilmer. Apparently we need to bring Nilmer back too. I should just... Probably just... Yeah, let's just... This seems like a prudent move. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this thing here is next. I want to see this thing here start up next on our list. And while we wait, might as well open up another blueprint. 3! It's getting more and more. Basic bubblegum pants, though. A clean pair of bubblegum pink pants that go with everything. Very nice. Very, very nice. Indeed. Okay. Memorials are being built. Looking forward. Who are we going to slap in there? Oh, Lacinta says after a 2-year break, your tutorial saved a 3,000 cycle playthrough. Hell yeah. That's the kind of shit I love to hear. Always happy to help. Was not here for a few moments. Am I still alive? I don't know. Saying I know would be a lie. You may not be. You may actually not be. I don't think you are. I also don't know where your corpse is. That is a real problem, since I don't know where the corpses are. Yep, right here. I cannot revive any of them because the corpses are just randomly throughout the base. Greg version 2.0 is dead. Elfie is dead. And Amigo. Who do we have here? Doc. Who else do we have? Bring me another corpse. Stop crying. Bring more corpses, damn it. You know, we may have to do something like this here. It may have to happen. Just saying. I'm also gonna put carpet in because why not? Why not? Beautiful, beautiful. That felt like an appropriate thing to do at this point in time. I already know. This is gonna be the thumbnail for the next video. I don't know yet what I'm gonna call it, but just zoomed into all those memorials. But damn sure. Come on. Keep her coming. Half a cycle. You know you want to. Just gotta do it. Just gotta do it. Alright, we got floors. Best thumbnail ever, right? You know, the faster people understand that dupes are resources, the better it is for everybody involved. You know? It's just what it comes down to at the end of the day. There we go. You find a dead dupe, you bring it here, instantly. Okay, now, let's go to 10x speed, and let's turn this bad boy here on. $60 seconds. Woo! Golly. 30 seconds. And here we go. Let's turn the speed down here a notch. Thank you, Chankster. Appreciate that. Yep. Instantly turn to steam as it should be. Over here, this here is turning to steam as well. Not quite as fast, but that is absolutely intentional. It is moving though. It is moving though. Yeah. Now it's going down. 130, 120 kilograms. More and more steam is forming. The first two steam turbines are on. We are cooling it down, of course, with our cooling loop. All the water on the right side is gone on the left side. Yep, the last few drops are gone as well. Okay, a little bit more heat that is required over here, but that should be happening any second now, basically. Our thermoactive tuner is on, our steam vent is going strong. We are just injecting more and more heat into the system. Normal steam vent or cool steam vent? This here is a normal steam vent. You couldn't do that with a cool one, trust me. But with a steam vent, you can easily power 4 steam turbines. Let's see here, our temperature is still increasing. We're still powering up. We still haven't reached maximum state in any way, shape, or form quite yet. But we are powering up, and we are also at the same time generating an insane amount of water. That is, of course, once again, straight going down here to our Escher waterfall, where our water geyser and 2 steam vents. 2 freaking steam vents are currently feeding this Escher waterfall down there. Literally, right here, they connect together, come all the way down here. And we just feed it in here. I really, really love the system that we built here. Because it's literally a kill 3 birds with 1 stone, basically. Beautiful. Taking care of all the hot stuff in an instant, with basically 0 effect to our base. Love it. Gotta love it. That was a team effort, and we definitely made it happen. Okay, this thing here is officially working the way it's supposed to, which is a beauty. Now we just gotta rip this nonsense here out, because what are we going to do with it? So, might as well get rid of it. And then rip out the extra tiles here below it as well. Just to make it a little bit prettier, at least. Alright. This one here first, preferably. Can we make that happen, or again, not? Probably not. Nope. There we go. That's better. And then we're gonna set this one here to deconstruct as well. So it can be deconstructed right afterwards. Beautiful. That's what we wanted to see. And now we have a fully functional second steam vent tamer. And we can see here how more and more heat is just injected into this entire system by our thermac tuner and by our steam vent, creating more and more energy. You can see it even right now, about 300 on the right, in the middle, 325, 460, and on the left side also another 380. That is, of course, a pretty decent output already, but over time it gets better and better and better. And look at this here, the second one is now up and running as well. And we can see these steam turbines here are fully up because the steam is at over 200 degrees on the left, and on the right it's at 160. And this here will get to those same temperatures very, very soon. And we just need to inject more and more heat. That's why I love this timer. I just love that thing. It just works. Once it's running, it's a set it and forget it type of deal. But right now, we have 2 more dupes and 2 more things. So let's take a look. We have a Rowan right here with researching +8. Increased husbandry, he's an animal lover, but he's also a shabby dresser with decreased decor. And then on the right side, we have Gizmo right here, who is a bionic duplicant, of course, who has a wrenching booster pre-installed, but has a bionic bug of rigid sinking, decreased science, decreased strength, and, of course, no passive attribute leveling. Those are our 2 dupe choices. We could also get a 3 briar seeds or a 1 extra snazzy suit. Or on top of that, of course, last but not least, the reject all button. So let me know in the chat what you guys think we should do. And that is precisely what is going to happen, as always. Alright, so far, so good. Looking decent, not gonna lie. Looks like this cool slush geyser here is now dormant. So our supply of water, of polluted water, is once again running low. God damn it. If it's not one thing, it's another, apparently. What I can do, though, is I can at the bare minimum, even though that's not going to be an ultimate fix or anything, but since we don't really have a good storage for our polluted ice anyway, might as well put in a few storage bins to change that right away. OMG, the graveyard. Ah, that's fine. That's totally fine. So let's say polluted ice. And then copy the settings over to the others once they're actually built. Kind of like this. And hopefully very soon, kind of like that. Now we have them. And now we're good. Morning, by the way. Morning, William. Thanks for joining today. How are you doing? Okay. I mean, other than that, I mean, we are basically decent here. I mean, there's not much else to complain. This here's splitting over a little bit, which is fine. Like I said earlier, that's kind of expected with the system that we have going. But underneath it, we have a big old basin to catch it all. Those 2 tamers here side by side. Ah, just gorgeous to look at. Like it. I like it. So Volcano's still doing its thing. Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of too much else. Ooh, of too much else that we can do here. So I think it is time to take a look at our dupes here and see which dupe would be decent to send over there. We may not have one at the moment, which may suck, which would mean we have to train us one from the beginning. So let's see what we have here. It's not going to be a bionic dupe. I guarantee you that. That is not going to happen. Yeah, this all sucks. Barris here would be a researcher, which would be great, but at the same time, his morale need is 11. That is pretty pragmatic. Jason says, I got low requirements. Yes, you do. But at the same time, you don't have hard digging. You don't have anything that helps us over there. And so does really nobody else. Morale need 18. This is a problem. This is a problem. What does our newest dupe do? Let me take a look here in chat. We have 1 vote. We have a whooping 2 votes for Rowan. Come on, guys. They're literally currently, what, almost, together basically exactly 100 between both 2 platforms watching. And we have 2 votes. That's a little on the low end here. Little on the low end. But you guys want Rowan? Let's get Rowan. Let's see who died. Let's see who died. Let's see. Nilmer! Nilmer! I need to bring back Nilmer. That has to happen. That has to happen. Nilmer. Version 2.0, of course. Oh, welcome back to the game. And then Nilmer, I think with you, I'm gonna go advanced research. And the reason for it is that I want to get you also into hard digging and super hard digging, but I believe with the +2 science, you will level up faster, and ultimately that is going to help us. That is what I did there. In case you're wondering. Two, those are rookie numbers. We got them up there. That's right. I agree. That's what I'm saying. Literally. But the problem is, we have to find us another project here because we just don't have a dupe that we can send over there. I mean, the dupes that we had are just, yeah. I don't know. They're just gone, okay? They're just gone. If somebody asks, we haven't seen them. But they just said they went out for a pack of cigarettes and never returned. Shouldn't we have plenty more volcanoes to go around? I mean, having more different metals is always a good thing. That never hurts to have. We don't need a cool steam vent. That's the last thing we need, as a matter of fact. Let me help out a little bit here with the relative temperature. There we go. There we have one. What are you? Saltwater geyser. Completely worthless and pointless. Here are 2 of them. Very close. Carbon dioxide. And cool slush. Pointless as hell. What else can we serve up here? What do we have up here in the corner? What are you hiding? Infectious polluted oxygen. Don't really need clay. Cobalt volcano. There we go. That's a volcano. That's something we can work with here. We just need something labor intensive. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. That is, in fact, what it comes down to. There's one problem with traveling to another planet. Where is the teleporter? The teleporter is right here. Not starting a petroleum boiler? No. No, too early for a petroleum boiler. We don't need any petroleum because we haven't gone to space yet. But eventually we will. Oops, I missed it. Yep, at the very beginning of the stream, we dug it up. We could only see, like, this much of it at the very beginning. But we could see the sealing robot. And that most definitely gave it away. Okay, let's stick this nose in syrup and let's get over there. Oh, when I died. Maybe. We don't talk about death here. We like to call it temporary absence. That's right. That is right. Bring that over. Come on. Where are our digging dupes? Didn't we just give high priorities to like a handful of dupes for digging? Apparently a lot of dupes have a high priority for digging. That's not even necessary. Only the dupes with skills, please. Apparently we got Varric. There we go. All right. Yeah, there we go. Kionis already on the forefront, like nothing has ever happened. See, Kionis? Temporary absence. What did I say? No problem whatsoever. And of course, up here we have this bad boy here hanging in the air again. How else would it be? So let's carve it. And let's see what we are dealing with over here. I am bionic. Yes, you are. That is correct. That is, in fact, a true statement. I don't know what you're trying to tell me with that, but... It's dormant. Okay. And puts it into stone. That is precisely what we want to do. And we are going to grab us a new blueprint, because we already have one right here, which is precisely what we need anyway. And I mean, exactly what we need, to the T, basically. So let's grab us all of this here and call it a Squelchy Tamer, because it just uses all the stuff that we need anyway. So let's use the Squelchy Tamer and let's plop it down right here. That should have all the materials that we require, all that kind of stuff should be taken care of. You just need to say here, insulated tiles, insulated tile. Right here, cancel the dig. Right here, the conveyor rail needs to be cancelled, so we're not digging it up. In the rear, we're gonna open it up as well. Just not like that, damn it, but like this. And then, of course, we just need to manually put in our ladder. All the way to the top, and all the way down to the bottom. And the bottom here, we need to dig out. And this time around, we will remember 2 tiles high right here. So this one here will be the 3rd, and the 4th up here, which allows us to reach everything. Okay, cool. That should do it, at least in theory. And then we will go from there. Lots of work to do, dupes. Lots and lots of work. And what I'm going to do is... Who was it? It was Nilmer. That's right, Nilmer. In priorities, we're gonna say Nilmer. You're gonna do a lot of building, you're gonna do a lot of digging, you're gonna do a lot of supplying. Yeah, that's right. All the kind of things that we need to, I don't know, let's say construct a massive building. That would be the idea. So you get in as much experience as possible. Yeah, you got yourself stuck over there. Good job. Good job. Amazing job. Let's build, or let's make sure, at least, that the basic outline here is built before anything else. So the dupes, hopefully, don't trap themselves quite as much. Nobody wants to build this here at all? Really? We want to build everything except those here? Do I have to literally build those here with a yellow alert? Apparently. Well, that's what it takes. Let's make it happen. Come on, dupes. How does this take so freaking long? One more tile. Either one of the two. It doesn't matter which one. You just have to build one. There we go. And there you have it. We don't need the alert anymore either. All right, very nice. Up here on the top. Yeah, look at this here. Look at this nonsense. Breaking polluted water everywhere. That doesn't allow us through. That's going to be an issue. That is going to be a problem indeed, yep. But on the bright side, we can build all these insulated tiles here first. So it shouldn't really affect us too much. But it does give us access to boxes, which is nice. Later on, we can utilize those and build a nice farm for them. Yeah, I know you don't have any more aluminum. That is okay. You can't just build it out of cobalt, though, because that is something we do have. And we will have even more. There's also nothing really stopping us from analyzing it and actually uncapping it right away. Let's say steel, and let's finish it up here. So whoever has the hat on, I think it's Paris, can actually go ahead and start to analyze it. How much volume in there can you corner build and compress it? I was considering the same. It's probably gonna explode if I try to do that. So yeah, let's try to avoid that. Probably just gonna spill its guts. It will just run down and be down here on the ground, where we really don't care too much about it. It should be okay. I believe so, at least. Just posted a picture in the Discord that describes Dude working its best. Let me see. Let me take a peek here. Yeah, yes. That is very correct for Rhineland. That is a dupe in action right there. Hitting the nail on the head. A lot of food on the right side? There is a lot of food on the right side. You're right. That's a ton of car. Very nice. But that is also a good moment to shout out the Discord server. We always have some fun stuff like that going on in there. So you can find the links on YouTube, on Twitch, of course, wherever your platform of choice. The link is everywhere. If you type !Discord, it will be displayed even in the chat. So yeah, if you want to hang out with me and the rest of the gang, then join the Discord channel. Like I said, we always have a hell of a lot of fun right there. Okay, this here is literally coming along very nicely. Can't really complain here. This will be built in absolutely no time. And we will also know how much longer it will be dormant. The steam turbine here we have to cancel. And this one here, we're actually going to cancel as well. Just because we can. So, let's say bottle emptier right here. Instead, that should be better. Thank you, Words and Kionis, for slapping the link into the chat right away. Appreciate that. Yeah, boy Benny says, I've been stealing your builds to help me progress in Frosty Pack. Thank you a ton. Oh, you are absolutely welcome. And you are not stealing if I'm intentionally giving him away for free. So, I guess that's another way that you can look at it. Okay. Yeah, all this stuff here is coming along beautifully. Just gotta take care of this water here. What are we gonna do about it? I don't know. I kinda do know. Kinda do know exactly what I'm gonna do here. Yeah, you can't compress it. Well, then why the hell would you try to compress it, right? All we have to do is dig this here up. Dig this here up. And then we can start corner building. Like it's nobody's business. This is true. Yep, I agree. I'm glad. Always happy to hear it when my builds help somebody out. So thank you for coming in and saying and letting me know. Always super happy to hear. Okay, let's give this here a slightly higher priority to help. William says, does anyone here follow the Johnny Somali court case here? He might be getting 31 years in Korean jail. Pretty sure one of you guys brought up that name in one of the streams before, but I don't remember. And that name tells me still absolutely nothing. So, I sure as hell don't. I sure as hell don't. Nope. Can't help you on that. In that regard. Okay, dupes. Check out the skills here. 1977. We need him to get like 2 skill points. More or less. That would be great. That would be great to see. Why don't we do a little bit of digging? 4 high, not 5. Just so the dupes can walk a little bit more straight through here and don't have to climb around here like crazy. Why are people asking about other streamers? Isn't that considered rude? I didn't even know that is another streamer, so there we go. Beer, do you plan to cover the prehistoric DLC too? I am planning to cover every last DLC to this game, every oxygen not included too, if there is ever such a thing. Everything oxygen not included. Anything and everything. That is a guarantee. I mean, I just love this game. Even if I wouldn't be streaming or whatever, I would gobble up every DLC that these randos release. Let's bring this through here. Bring it in here. And hook it up there. Why not? Easy. Bionic Dino dupes. Yes, that is apparently what we are looking forward to, Jade. You're correct. Bionic Bio dupes. Bionic Dino dupes, I mean, not bio. Okay, so far so good. Put in another ladder right here, just so it looks a little bit better. There's no other reason for it. Other than that, dupes are here, dupes are building. Okay, let's try it with the hammer method. Everything that we're building here. Let's see if we can do that a little bit faster. In any way, shape, or form. New printables are available. Very nice. Let's take a look at that while we're at it, I suppose. Okay. Getting more interesting. We have a strength booster, which gives us +5 strength and +2 athletics. We have Marie right here with building, operating, and ranching. Is a early bird, charm resistant, but is a shabby dresser somehow. We have a Stila right here with an advanced medical booster, but decreased excavation and machinery. And we have 2 tons worth of brine. On top of that, we have the reject all button. Guys, do me a favor and slap it into chat, of course. Let me know in chat what you think we should get, and that's exactly what we're gonna do within the next couple of minutes or so. Strength booster would be handy? Well, is that your vote? Strength can't ever have too much strength. And Chad says, yes. All right. We have another vote for strength. Which volcano is this? This is Cobalt. We have a booster on Twitch. Booster across YouTube. It's the booster. Now what are we going to do with this booster? We can give it to either Cookie or green tea. I think Cookie needs it more. I have a feeling that Cookie needs it more. So let's give it a Cookie. Look at that, the construction is coming along. Slowly but steadily. What temperature are we working with here? Not in this overview. Ooh, it's cold here. Whee! I might have been a little bit too early in ripping out this water pump down here. The only problem is just that this polluted water here is so freaking cold already that we can't cool it any further with our thermoaquatuna, which causes just all sorts of issues. But it would be nice to have a little bit of warmer polluted water. You can literally just use the polluted water that we have right here. That is not what I meant to do, but that is what I will do. We will also bring this power wire here up and connect it up. Very, very neat. And since it is so cold, we can literally do the same thing as before and just plop in another transformer just literally in the middle of nowhere. And just hook it up to our power wire and be done with it. There we go. We have officially power. As soon as this is built, obviously, but generally speaking, we do have power. Very, very nice and very, very fast. I like it. Wish it would be that simple more often. The only big problem, of course, is that we are running out of steel. So let's turn this bad boy here back to steel and let's see how much can we make. Quite a lot, actually. It looks like we can make about 40. Yeah, let's make us 40. How hot does water come out of steam vents? Could you route that through the pool on the way to the infinite storage to warm things up? That would be possible, I suppose. But the problem is it's just so far out of the way. So far out of the way. Like, the only hot water that we have is actually right here, and it's only grams. I like the idea. It's just not that practical right this second. But I like the idea a lot, actually. I do like the idea quite a lot. Long route, though, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly the one thing that makes me not want to do that. But there are a lot of things that I do want to do, on the other hand. Kinda want to... how can we do this? Okay, we're gonna do it completely differently. I'm going to put a tile right here, and I'm going to bring this ladder up to the top and dig my way through the sand. Reason for it is that I want as much of this polluted water here as possible in one spot. That spot's gonna be right here. I want to access that spot later on, so that should help. Okay, let's see if we can make this here happen. Ladder's coming in, that's good. That's fine. This here needs to be done. How's our dormant volcano doing? 10.4 cycles. That's actually not a long time. And we are actually out of cobalt as well. That kind of sucks. Kind of sucks hard, actually. I need to make us a little bit more before we have our volcano here erupt. Because I do want to build this stuff here out of cobalt, because cobalt has such a high thermal conductivity compared to the other metals, unless you want to go straight steel or something like that. So it is a really good metal for that kind of thing. That's why I would like to keep it that way. If at all possible, of course. Let's bring that power wire up there. Let's make sure we also bringing in this pipe right here, because we will need it very shortly. But I think what I'm going to do is, and yeah, that will cost a little bit of extra power, I'm well aware. We're just going to plop in a liquid tepidizer right here. That is what I'm really after. Just very briefly bring the stuff here up to like 30 degrees or something, so we can run the thermoaquatuna here at will and start heating up the area and prevent our water from freezing. That is the reasoning behind it. We also need to clean up after ourselves, so let's make that happen. That should help. Okay, another tile's coming in. Very good. The cobalt will come eventually. We still have 10 cycles. We should have plenty of time, theoretically. But let's see. I've said that before. It has burned me before, too. Come on, this tile here. Let's build it out of igneous rock. That's so close, so closely nearby. Wouldn't that make your life so much easier? Come on. Could be so easy. Yeah, that will heat this here up like it's absolutely nothing. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, the tile is built, which means I can open this here up. That's what was missing. There we go. Let's get that stuff over here to the right and heat it up with the rest. Just a little bit more, a little bit longer. And we are golden. Like 30 degrees is what I'm aiming for here. And let's snip it. Okay. Now let's get rid of the liquid appetizer and replace it in plumbing, of course, with, where are we at? A liquid pump. Once it's gone. Once it's gone, that is. Let's bring this pipe here over there. This here can stay. And it should be pretty close. One Ryan says, cobalt is the third best element for thermal conductivity with 100, only aluminum 205, and thermium 220 are better. Even steel is worse? Is that true? Steel is worse at 54. Wow. I did not know it's that much worse. Okay, cool. I'll learn something new. Learning something new every day. Doesn't matter how long you play this game, I'll keep telling you guys. Does not make a difference. Learning something new every day. Let's bring this here up so we can start pumping into our liquid reservoir. And this here we're going to set to -5. And we're going to say send a green signal if we are below -5, which effectively keeps it offline. Turned off for right now. That's what we want. Okay, now we just need some dupes to actually come by and do this. That would be cool. But other than that, we're looking pretty decent. Okay. Charles Rogers says, biggest issue with cobalt is the 1440 degree Celsius melting temperature. I like it for temp shift plates, but you need plenty of steam first. Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good. The cleaning effort is also commencing. Very good. Couple more pieces of pipe right here, and we should be pumping. Very, very good. That is what we want to see here, of course. Let's close this here off. It's going to flow all the way over here. And that's where it's going to stop. And then we're just going to fill up our liquid reservoir right here with our nice, warm, 30-degree polluted water, so we can then cool it down. That's what we want to do here. Let's also close this side here off on both sides. This one here we're going to set to basically all standard. Anything at all can go in there. That's fine with me. So we're going to set to 10 right away. And then this conveyor rail thermostat, so we're going to say above 200 degrees. We're going to say green. Otherwise it's red. And theoretically speaking, if the conveyor rail has been completed, we are just going to start removing all this stuff here with the help of our auto sweeper instead of manual dupe labor. Very, very nice. All the stuff here needs to get out first, because it is so freaking cold that if we add any water, it will freeze immediately. Therefore, that has priority. Okay. Looks like this one here we still have to sweep. But everything else got picked up by the auto sweeper. Okay, we have water inside of our liquid reservoir at 29 degrees. We should be able to add water here very, very soon. Within the next few seconds, as a matter of fact. We just gotta get this material here out. All of it. Every last bit of it has to leave before we can do anything else, really. Guess I could just set this here to the maximum, so it goes a little bit faster, because the 10 is really only for the cobalt, not for what we are using right now. Okay, good. Back to 10. How do you plan to suck the gas out from the volcano? We will break back in with the help of our airlock door. And probably once again from the right side, actually. Now that I think about it. That is probably what needs to happen here, sadly. Unfortunate, but that's okay. Yep, get rid of more of the stuff here. What is going... Oh, we cannot build it because this here is missing. I was like, why are we not building this? Yeah, that's why are we not building this. We are at 4,200 kilograms. That is sufficient. More than sufficient, even. So let's stop this nonsense here. And let's rip everything out that is up here. Every last bit can go. We don't need any of it anymore. And then we just going to, yeah, it's gonna have to be the same way once again as before. Sucks a little bit, but what can you do? This is kind of, once again, the construction that we need to make this here happen. As a matter of fact, that was one tile too far. In general, it was actually all of it. It was one tile too far because it's going to live right here. So we don't even need any of this here. All we need is this here. There we go. Brain fart on my end. But that is fine. Nothing that we can't fix in a absolute heartbeat. Let's also put the vacuum pump in here. Let's also put the gas pipe in here. Let's also put the high pressure gas vent in here. Not there. Also get rid of this piece of gas pipe. Close this off. Open this up instead. And then last but not least, put in our fancy airlock door. Alright, that should do it. Should do something at least. Line up from the left. Because the left is just so nice and straight that I don't want to fuck with it. But the right side I don't really care about. That's the short of it. Looks like we have a little bit of water in here already, which is a very good thing. I'm not complaining about that at all. Matter of fact, that allows us to start auto-bottling as well. No complaints from my end about that whatsoever. Bring us some water, slap it in there, and let's go. You can always turn this here on in an absolute heartbeat, because this here is now complete. And that means we can rip this here out, and we start to rotate our fluid. So that is very good. Turn off ice in the conveyor loader? Nah. That is okay. I don't anticipate having much more ice coming through here. Okay. There's our water coming. Turn this here on. And let's inject some heat into the little bit of water that we are already having. There we go. All it takes. And that should be more than enough right now to sustain itself and not freeze anymore. Okay. Now we just need to wait for a little bit more water and for somebody to build the airlock door. 7.2 cycles left. Come on, dupes. Are we on the skill side? Milner? Oh, come on. Come on, Milner. That could go better. You know it, I know it, we both know it. That could go better. Let's also build those 2 tiles right here while we're at it. To get the water out of the way, so we can walk straight through here. That, of course, leaves us the choice. Which direction we want to go at any given time. Alright. Just a couple more things to go. A little bit more water is needed. We're at 75 kilograms. It's good. Nice to see for sure. Really? You brought what? A few grams? Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't even know where the hell you found those, but sure, why not? I suppose. We also have the printing pod, that's right. The printing pod. What do we have in here? We have a Meep. Cooking, +9. A Herald with decorating, doctoring, and operating. And we have an Abe with decorating and rocketry. On top of that, we have curative tablets. 3 of them. We currently have 0. And we have the reject all button. What should we do? Should we get the Meep, the Herald, the Abe, the curative tablets, or should we press the reject all button? It's your choice. Put it in chat. Let me know what you want. And yeah, we go from there. Now we're building stuff here. I like it. Pump is in. It doesn't have power yet. That's fine. And we also now have our airlock door officially here and ready to go. Very good to see. The amount of water is at 99 kilograms. Even better. Nothing is left to pick up, really, from the looks of it, except for this one slime right here, for which we still don't have a storage location, it seems like. So let's get it at least relocated out of here. We are once again aiming for 150 kilograms. That, of course, does not change. We are consistent, as always. Not consistent enough to let our dupes walk through here, though. What happened with you? Why didn't you get yourself a battery? Was it the stress? You're at 60%. I don't think it was the stress. Not sure, not sure. Let me check here on the water level. Okay, that should get us up there. Okay, one more load. Anybody gonna come by and pick up Kionis, please? Thank you, appreciate that. That's nice. One more. That's what I'm waiting for. Then I'm gonna grab us the Meep. Looks like the Meep is winning by a massive margin here. Definitely don't even have to count that. It's just an overwhelming majority. But first, let's make sure we have a good amount of water in here. One more bottle. Anyone, please. Jason Feltzer is coming, version 6.0. And then fails just short of the goal. Good job, Jason. You got it covered. I see that. Yes, the gas pump's not wired because I want one more bottle of water in here. And then we can block it off. At the moment, it's kind of pointless because it's still open to the atmosphere. What is dripping? The ice right here, I believe, is dripping. Or the snow, better to say. What is going on, dupes? Can anybody bring a goddamn bottle? Like, seriously? Yes, save. Anyone? Do I literally have to bring up the priority for storing on Nilmer, let's say? So Nilmer actually gets it done, or what? This is crazy. Even then Nilmer doesn't get it done. That's nuts. I guess I have plenty of time to grab our friend Meep here. But let's see first who has died. Who are we going to bring back? Amigo. Amigo had such a short Yeah. The tenants here. Amigo should come back. Amigo version 2.0. Welcome back. With your wonderful cooking skill and churn resistance decreased. Yeah, that's a great dude, guys. Let's see, skills. Sure, why not? Let's get you into cooking. If that's what you like, then so be it. Jason, how are you doing down here? You have improved carrying. I kind of want to give you hard digging because we don't have enough diggers, clearly. So let's give you the digger hat. And then Nilmer, you get digging as well. But for you, I hope that you go really quickly to super hard digging so we can go to the other planetoid. And it looks like we got another bottle. Thank God. That took much longer than it should have. But now we can do all of these kind of fun things right here. Including hooking this up. Now we have the capacity to do so. And now we will. Let's try to speed it up at least. Alright, let's rip out the bottle emptier. And then build the tile. Very, very nice. Then let's pump it out, close it off, and be done with it. And the second steam turbine is, of course, required as well. Let's put it in while we still can. Rip this here out. And we're good. He is alive. Yes, he is alive. Blueprints, we have 2 more to go, so let's open the second to last, unless we get another one. I don't even know. How many have we opened today? 6, 7? But we get a basic white pants pair, a clean pair of white pants that go with everything. Very nice. I don't think we had white ones yet, honestly. So that's a good thing. Come on. Whatever happened to our diggers, I don't know. I really don't know. One moment they were here, and the next they were gone. It just keeps happening. Just keeps happening randomly. Our Dracos, still super happy at 19 degrees. Yeah, this cooling loop here works like a charm, honestly. Much better than anticipated, even. Our party phones here, I don't know how much they are used, but our biodupes are not too happy about it, apparently. Why are we not mopping here? How long ago did I get that mopping? I should probably take a look through the base here in general and just mop, generally speaking. A general mop. That's what we need. Just to make sure there's no nonsense, but it really looks good right now. There's a little bit down here at the atmosuits. That is, of course, an issue, but there's a little bit of nonsense right here. Sure. Mop whatever the hell you can mop, I suppose. A little bit here, nothing. Everything fine, everything good. This here is a complete pointless act of trying to even mop it. Here we have nothing, here we have nothing. This here can stay. Yeah, very good. All good. Just gotta get the oxygen out of here, and we are ready to roll. Nice. Very simple. That's how we like it. Yep, and the errands are being completed as well for the steam turbines. Just gotta bring those in. Ah. Come on. One more to go. And how much is left here? 4.9. That's perfect. What should possibly go wrong? Even the storages, 124 compared to 367. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And our coal is still up at 112 tons. Yeah, I'm not worried about that, I suppose. Not at all. But it should be that all 3 of them are turning on together now. Which also, of course, relieves our hydrogen and our natural gas. Which is, of course, always a great thing. Not gonna lie. Let's see this here. Could be low enough any second, no? Yep, all of them are turning on. As that should be. Yeah, when are you gonna build a rocket? I mean, we didn't even... We had cycle 338, and somehow, we haven't even made it to our second planetoid yet. I mean, I literally planned that for one of the first things today, and then, you know, oxygen not including happened. As that sometimes, usually, is the case. You come in with a big plan, and then everything goes completely sideways. Okay. A little bit more oxygen. But generally speaking, we're good. Skill-wise, Nilmer is at 1500, Chasen at 37. Yeah, but Nilmer here would be good with the hard-digging skill. Or better to say, the super hard-digging skill. That should help us out drastically on our second planetoid. To at least put our feet down. Okay, a couple more tiles here, a little bit more oxygen. There's really nothing stopping us from closing this here off already, because this is done. In F6, in F7, there's nothing. In F2, yep, everything's connected up properly, as it should be. So yeah, perfect. And you know what? While we are here, let's help our old buddy out up here as well. Let's mop this here. How much is in here? 755 kilograms. Let's see, if I put a tile here, get rid of the tile right here when this one here is built, and then just extend this all the way over here. Maybe it gets low enough that I can mop it. You'll definitely need more dupes when you're going to the second planetoid. 100%. 100%, there's no question. Second dupe. Not the second dupe, the second planetoid. It's probably going to house roughly 4 to 6 dupes, is what I would estimate. 4 to 6. Depending on what we have over there. Of course. That also matters a great deal. Okay, that is done. So let's deconstruct this. And put him a floor back in instead. Let's go a little bit further over. How is another one incapacitated? Yeah, okay, damage done. Kionis here, you're really unhappy, aren't you? Like your morale is just barely scraping by. It's crazy. I really don't know what else to do about the bionic dupe morale, to be very honest here. I mean, our decor is not too bad. I mean, it's outside the base, don't get me wrong, but inside the base here, I mean, it is as bright as it can be. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to do about that. I have a recreation room now. Still not happy. William says if the dupe stops dying, the population would increase. No, that's not how that works. That's propaganda. Nothing but propaganda that I'm hearing here. Oh, can I see your room overlay? I like those bedrooms. Yeah, we can go over that here in just a second. Let me just watch this here for a minute. So I can be ready with my mopping tool when the fluid starts moving. Which is never going to happen. Damn it. Come on. Anyone. Anyone at all. There you go. That is enough. That is enough. That one mop right here is enough. Maybe try to comp the decor around the heavy watt wires. That's got to give them a lot of negative decor value. Yeah, we could try that. It's just a fight against windmills, if you know what I'm saying. To try to comp this here, the amount of resources that you need to put in is absolutely insane. can show you kind of what I mean. Let's see. Do we have a space here? Let's try it with canvases. Mainly because we have so many refibers that we don't know what to do with it. Let's just put, for example, right here, an entire row of those suckers in. And then let's go upwards and let's see how many we can fit in here. Not too many, apparently. Mainly because there's just too much nonsense in the way. Also, maybe that's a bad example. Maybe we can do it here. Yeah, why not? Let's try it right here, just for this one cable. Let's just put a bunch of canvases only on the left side. Let's see. Oh no, it wasn't enough because he stopped instantly, you sucker! Golly! That would have been so nice. And I thought I got him. But I got. That's how it goes sometimes. Let's try it again on the right side. I just need to get like a couple of clicks off before it is too much. That's basically the trick. Bring him in with 10x speed. And then let's bring it back down to 1x. That gives me more time to click, and that should hopefully work. Come on. Come on. There we go. Jonas and Cookie are here. Yes, mop it all up. And now it has lost the game. Perfect. Now we can mop it all like it has never been here. And we're just, of course, going to add it to our infinite storage. And there we have all of it. Every last drop of it will be annihilated here very shortly. Very nice. There we have it. Oh, really? You waited until it once again expands into the other direction. Good job, dudes. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Good job. And that should be it. Let's make sure we get rid of it across the board here. We don't need any of it. And let's deconstruct everything else that's in our way here. With the exception, of course, of the power cable. So in F2, we want to cancel. There we go. And these two tiles here, we won't need either. Okay, now we should be able to give him some power. And then eventually, we can also knock on his door and what not. He gets a number 9 priority as well. So if we get some food, for example, from the printer, let's say, then we should be able to just give it straight to him. Okay, a couple more pieces of cable. And we, of course, got a knock as well. And we are good. We have him unlocked as well. Well, not unlocked, but at least we have him accessible. Let me put it that way. Unlocked is definitely not a true statement. Vacuum pump. There we go. Rip all that out. We still have 2.5 cycles to go to make this here happen. Then we gotta clean up real quick after ourselves, close it off, and then turn on the thermal tuner to put as much heat in there as possible. Alright, it looked like we knocked. Looking out there, not too happy about anything. Don't you worry, brother. At least you have some power now. Isn't that something? So, technically 25% is done. But we still gotta deliver food to the mailbox. We had spicy tofu apparently at once, but not anymore. The vacuum pump needs to go as well, guys. That would be nice. And we can also start cleaning while we're at it. Really across the board, but up here on the top, number 5 priority is enough. On the inside, a little bit more than that. Okay. Jonas is here, coming through, saying hello to the pump. Or goodbye, better to say, I suppose. Now we're just gonna clean it. And we can start to induce some heat. Very, very good indeed. What else do we gotta do? Turn on the festive lights. That is almost done. Improve the nearby decor to 120 or higher. Well, that is something that we can easily do, I would argue. Let's go to furniture. And let's grab us a metal block that we can plop right there. And then let's just grab us some more canvases and furniture once again. And just plop it around his hut. That should basically get the job done. That's probably too high. Can we fit another one somewhere? Sure, right there. Let's see what that does. To our friend right there. Yay. More stuff is getting extracted. Apparently a dupe must have dropped something. But that's what we have our auto sweeper for. If the dupe drops it, it's best case scenario. Because it just overall reduces dupe labor, generally speaking. So that's a good thing. All the stuff is out. Last but not least, put those here in. And let's be done with it. Very, very good. So let's set this here to above -5, which effectively turns on the thermal aqua tuner until all of the water inside of our liquid reservoir has reached -5 or lower. And at that point, we're just generating heat that we're inducing into our water, which should then basically, hopefully, generate steam the moment our cobalt volcano here goes online. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Gotta love it. This lumen quartz here, we're just gonna relocate that to, I don't care, somewhere else. How about that? And then we will figure that out. And also these here. Let's build these here. See if we can get these here done real quick. And then the food is of course the hardest part, as always. But we will get that eventually as well. I'm really not too worried about it. 30 degrees water. Very nice. In the line, 5 degrees. So we already dropped it by about 20 degrees Celsius. Which is of course nothing to scoff at. To help our buddy here out to increase his decor, it also helps to clean up the floor. Can't forget about that part either. We are already at -2.92, so we are already going up. That's good. We're already at 30 there for a second when a dupe with a snazzy suit walked past. Very nice. And here's Katrina taking care of our metal block. And very soon, she will also take care of our canvases, of course, as well. Very simple and straightforward. And now we can already take a look how our first piece here made no dent at all, as in 0.0. What would help a little bit more is switching from heavy what are they called? Heavy watt wires to heavy watt conductive wire, specifically to make them out of gold, of which we now have 10,000 kilograms. So I'm going to let all these here build, and we will see what it looks like. And then once that is done, I'm going to go ahead and replace the wire in the stretch right here with golden upgraded heavy watt wires, and we will see what the difference for that. Now we're on skills. Where are we? Milner? Jason? Both doing okay. Getting there. Another canvas has been built. Very nice. The core is slowly but steadily going up. The slime here, we don't have anywhere to store it, so let's relocate it for now. That will be just fine. Give it a high priority so it gets done. These two here as well. And we are at 32, and we haven't even put anything onto the canvases. Well, isn't that nice? Our water is at 60 degrees. The water in the pipe is at -4 degrees, so this here will very soon turn off. But we put a nice amount of heat into our water here, which makes it nice and ready for this next eruption cycle here in 0.9 cycles total. Very, very good to see. There is a boatload of Dracos up here. What in the hell is going on? And this here, this is new. What are you? No, you're not new. We just saw you very, very little before. Now we see you a little bit more. I thought you're new, but it turns out you're not. Alright, Katrina is here for the blank canvas. We will see what kind of impact that will make. We're at 32.25 right now. He's looking out the window again. Finishing that up real quick. That brings us to 68. Very nice. That may not quite reach 120 with what we have right now. What other options do we have available? Does a carpeted tile actually give the core? Yes, plus 20. And can I give it a better rock? Yes, another plus 20. If I just make this here all carpet, that will definitely make it happen, I believe. Oh yeah. Let's make it happen, Captain. And then let's go from there. How are we with our thimble reeds, by the way? Is all this water here gone now? Almost. There's a bunch of polluted water left, but it's all the way over here now. I guess I could just relocate my filtered pump, because why not? I mean, it doesn't really matter. The more we can pump out, the better it is, I would argue. Make that happen. And how are we? It's still going strong. 87 degrees. Hot damn. Very, very nice to see that we are putting a good amount of heat into here. And this time around, I don't think that our conveyor rails will actually melt. Yep. We are at 91% with only these here, so putting in one more would probably do it as well, but we have so much reed fiber, we don't know what to do with it, so might as well utilize it for those kind of shenanigans, because why not? Why not at the end of the day, right? And then right here, we just keep on pumping out as much of this polluted water as possible, because why not? We don't need it for anything else. We might as well utilize it for that kind of stupid thing. So Slush Kaiser still has 20 cycles left. We still have a bunch of polluted water in here, which is good to see. Our food is at 200,000 kilocalories. No issues there. Very nice. Really not too much to complain at this moment. It's looking great. We are already generating steam. Even better. Even better. Yeah, the water in here is a negative 4.7 degrees. Yeah, it's about to stop here any second now. Yeah, now it stopped. And that is perfect. We already have steam in here, 63 kilograms per tile. That's great. No problem whatsoever. And Von Reinen says, and not even one dupe was hurt. That is right. That is in fact correct. And already that one tile brought us up to 96. One more tile, and we will have it. I am confident in that. New blueprint. Ooh. A new picture. Look at that. That's awesome. Won't be complaining about that. Let's give the rest here a number 9 priority, so the dupes will actually, maybe, at least eventually, get this here done. Katrina specifically is our dupe for the job. Jason Felcher has another level. Jason here. We could give him super hard digging and send him over right away. Or should I go with improved construction? What is the best possible thing that I can give him right now? I think being able to get through Abyssalite in a worst case scenario wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I don't know. Let's give it another couple minutes here. Let's finish this here up. And then let's make an educated decision then. Send me, says Jason. Can you actually change these? You can actually change these. Oh, but then you have to redo it. Oh, you sucker. Okay, yeah, that's not worth the effort. That's crazy. That is not worth the effort. Send me version 7 inbound. Yeah, that's right. That is correct. There's a high chance if we send you that there's a version 7 inbound, indeed. I think something else that is in order by now is we have 8.2 tons of plastic. So at least on the right side right here, I think it is highly appropriate to make all of this here plastic. And the truth is, probably, most of this here, all of it really should be plastic as well. We don't even have enough, but that's fine. Once we have it, let's make it happen. These two ladders right here are the heart of our base right now. So it would be a good idea to make them out of plastic, I think. But on the bright side, all of these pictures here are made. Let's take a look at the decor overlay. And it basically doesn't even make a dent. It is still at way above negative 120 everywhere. So let's try the other option. And let's use the heavy conductive wire. And let's make it out of gold. And let's make it the stretch right here. From this generator right here, we're going to come out and we're going to come up until this bend right here. And let's see what that does. And let's also get this here a high priority too here. There we go. So we can inspect that in a second. Our hermit should be happy. Yes, the decor is happy. The lights are staying on, of course. Time remaining 1,030 seconds. That shouldn't be a problem. And then, of course, last but not least, it's the food that needs to come to the mailbox. That is something that we, of course, still have left. Okay, let's see if we can build this here. And then let's see what the result is. Also, we have a new printing pod available. All right, we have 3 dupes, 2 bionic and 1 normal dupe. We have a Sonya with a wrenching booster with decreased athletics and decreased agriculture. We have a Pei with doctoring +9, increased taste buds, and decreased medicine. What an amazing dupe. We have a Volpup, a single one, and we have an Weirdo, or whatever, with a digging booster, but decreased science, decreased strength, and no passive attribute leveling, which is of course true for all of the bionic dupes. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button. Slap it in chat, let me know what we should do here, and that is of course precisely what we are going to do as well. Alright, so far so good. Our base temperature, generally speaking, looks pretty decent, actually. So that's good. Looks like this here has been completed satisfactorily. So now let's take another look at the decor. And that is what actually makes a big difference. It's the wire. The decor is, of course, now helping drastically. But the wiring is what really makes a dent into it. And that is one reason why gold is so valuable. Because it can change the morale of your dupes drastically. So let's see if we can waste a little bit more of that stuff through our main artery right here. If we can at least finish that up, that would be nice, I would argue. Yeah, let's put all of those in here. Very good. Now let's make sure the dupes are building it. Very good. Von Ryland says volts. It's never too early to go volts. Jade says, oh cool, never knew that made a difference that much. Good to know. Awesome. That is great. And that's precisely why I, quote unquote, spent or wasted, however you want to look at it, so much time on showing that off in such great detail. Because it is the wire that makes the biggest difference. Indeed. We should be able to put a landscape canvas in here. That is another beauty of this design. It fits perfectly in here. Unless you put other garbage in, of course. Can't really help that. But generally, it fits in here perfectly. Exactly as it should. Very, very nice indeed. And on the other side, you know what? Screw it. Let's put some portraits, just because we can. And germs. How are we on germs? Haven't looked at the germs in a long time. Yeah, that's what I thought. Slime Lunk, at the end of the day, you're not going to win against all of our combined buddy butt forces here. Down here, okay, you have better chances due to all the off-gassing. But generally, you will not win this war. Okay, let's see. We have bowl times 1 and bowl times 2. We have Ed Weirdo times 1 and times 2. So we have a total of 4 votes, which is a tie currently, with a total of over 100 people watching. Come on, guys. There's got to be more people that have an opinion on what we're going to do on this game, right? There's no way. There's absolutely no way. I'm going to give you another minute. Let's try this again. What should we do? It's your choice. Yours alone. Yours alone. Another vote for Vol. And another vote for Ed. All right. That brings us to 6 total. It's still a draw, though. It's still a draw. Okay, the portraits are coming in. And yeah, the decor here should hopefully rise at least a little bit. Very, very soon. Another vote for Ed, another vote for the Vol, and we are once again tied. Total of 8. Total of 8. We're getting there. We're getting there. But still. It could be a bit better. Okay, let's look at our decor once again. Okay, well, nothing has been built yet. Once these here are done, we will look at our decor again and see if that makes an impact at all. It should make at least a slight one. It's not going to be as world-changing as this here, obviously. But it's still going to make a little bit, at least. We're also going to try to mop this here. I doubt it's going to do as much good, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. The other method would be to have the power spines at the map edge and have them separated from the main walking path. Yeah, that is kind of what I usually try to do, but in this case here, it really worked out that our power spine is our main way up here. And as a matter of fact, I just realized that not being able to get through here is actually relatively detrimental, because that means the dupes can only come through here or through there, instead of having the option at least to come up here and go over. So let's get this here ripped out, and let's just put in the extra tiles right here and add us another canvas for a good measure. It makes it a little bit more uniform anyway, and that is of course always a good thing. Alright, more and more canvases are being built. That's great. I don't know why there's a random piece of ladder, but sure, why not? Let's rip it out. Does that allow us to build a canvas here now? Yes, it does. Sure, it does. Nice. Beautiful. Put them all in. And that should hopefully help at least a little bit. I mean, every little bit helps, honestly, at this point in time. Not gonna lie. Get rid of a little bit more nonsense here. Just because we can, mainly. But also to keep it a little bit more uniform throughout the base. Okay, looking great. The funny part is I still don't know what to choose. So since you guys cannot come up with a decision here between Ed and the bowl, I'm going to go reject all. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ice cold, reject all. If we cannot get outside of a tie, with only 8 total votes, it's got to be a reject all. I don't know what to tell you. It's the only fair option available. Yeah, leave it there. Come on, skill-wise. We have Nilmer almost up 1 extra level. And Jason right here. What would I do with you? I could just keep the points. You know what? We are going to go over to the other planetoid. I did say we're going to do it, and we are going to do it today. We're not going to do a lot. I'm not going to lie. But we are going to put Jason over there. Jason, Godspeed, sir. Godspeed. Also, let's grab us our well-deserved databanks while we're at it, damn it. Here comes Jason. He's even wearing a suit. Godspeed. Alright, Jason is here. What are we working with? Oh yeah, that's right. It's forest. Almost forgot. Let's inspect. Let's inspect. Let's see the destination. I wonder where it goes. Oh wow. I have never seen this place before. I wonder where that is, damn it. Thank you for nothing. Let's do this. And let's inspect and then defrost our friend. Right away. Okay, we have a Freya with suit wearing plus 12 athletics. Holy cow. Immune to, well, chilly surroundings, but is narcoleptic. Let's print it. Freya thought. Let's see. Let's go back here real quick. And who is dead? Who do we still owe a return? Elfie Wolf is dead. Elfie. We're just gonna throw you over here. Elfie Wolf. That should be version 3.0, I believe. If my calculation is correct here. Welcome back. Alright, what are we working with here? We have water. We have food. Lots of water, actually. Lots of food, actually, too. Okay, I mean, this is actually pretty straightforward here. Let's start digging over here towards the left side and get us some resources right away. It's also going to be a great location very, very soon here for a bathroom and plumbing. We're just going to get over here as close as we can. And then we're going to go into plumbing and going to grab us a liquid pump. I was about to say, not a liquid pump. A couple of outhouses, I mean, together with in medicine. Not in medicine. A wash basin. And then last but not least, pneumatic door. Let's make it 2 for good measure. And bring over a little bit of a ceiling as well. That's the most important part. And we're going to do that right away. Of course. At the same time, we also need to dig out the right side. We're also going to do that very, very quickly. Gonna bring us in a ladder. And just for the time being, in plumbing, we're going to grab us a pitcher pump. Then we're gonna slap right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's make it happen, dudes. And let me check the priorities real quick between the two of you. You are the digger and the operator, apparently. Are you? You are. Okay, cool. And Elfie, you don't have any skills yet because we haven't given you any. But we will change that here momentarily once we figure out what we actually need. It sure as hell looks like we will need a farmer very soon. So let's go into skills. And let's come down here. Elfie, what do you like? Exosuit training, not really helpful. You are going to go down full farming. We're going to go full force here to have that one up our sleeves so right away. And then Jason. Improved construction wouldn't hurt. Advanced research wouldn't hurt. Lots of things wouldn't hurt here. Kind of want to go with advanced research. I think that is going to be the most useful right now because there's a lot of work to be done. And him leveling up faster is probably, in the long run, going to be better. That's at least what I'm thinking. Let's go right out here, and let's build us a ladder up to the top here as well, so we can finish this here off, and also uncover a little bit more of our oxalite. That should be helpful. And speaking of it, yeah, the problem is that we cannot really activate it because we don't have the skill over here. That's actually the bigger issue, technically speaking. But let's bring this here all the way down. So we have at least access to it. And as soon as we can access it, we will. Because what I'm planning on doing is, I think I'm just going to bring oxygen over from the other planetoid. That is the fastest, cheapest solution to the problem at hand. That's at least how I look at it. Also, Jason, I don't think you need to wear your suit anymore. I think we're just going to move you over there once you have eaten. Come on. Move over there. And then just unequip your suit somewhere here in the middle. That's totally fine. And for the first night, you will have to survive it without beds. Trust me, you'll be just fine. Just fine. But yeah, this here looks like an interesting planetoid. What do we have here again? I don't remember. A steam vent once again. Aluminum volcano. Very nice. Aluminum. And iron. More iron and aluminum. That is... I mean, we literally have the jackpot seed here. If you want to have a good seed with a lot of metal and shit, this is the seed. I'm telling you. This is incredible. What we have access to here is absolutely incredible, if you ask me. Okay, we have our pitcher pump available. Very, very good. That's great progress. I'm not gonna lie, that is actually great progress. Then what I think I'm gonna do is, I think I'm gonna rip out this nonsense right here, just across the board. Point A gives us resources, and point B, it allows me to use this area over here as kind of a water basin right away. Because I can't just use this water up here and this here and get it all together over here on the right side, have it out of our way and ready to be utilized. Even this here, this is going to be super easy to just drain it all into this super convenient area that we already have access to. And it is even surrounded by, guess what? Abyssala. That is actually perfect. Yeah, this here is going to be our water basin. It's going to be literally this simple. There is no discussion necessary. We're going to dig all this here out. All the way over to... Let me see. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. We can just put right here some airflow tiles, maybe. Yeah, I think that's a good location for the end of it. Bring it all the way up to right here, maybe. Because why not? Yeah, perfect. Fits in here like a glove. But I'm running out of time. I still have some things to do today. And I think this is a good ending point. Technically, I didn't lie in the thumbnail, but you guys were here. You guys saw what happened. Every once in a while, you just cannot keep every single promise. Because oxygen not included. Just happens sometimes. But yes, I think we had a great time today. I think we made great progress. Lost a couple of dupes, but that happens. You know, that happens sometimes. But generally speaking, our base is in great shape. It's looking really, really good, honestly. I'm going to give the dupes a few commands here. If they have nothing else to do, then they can just go ahead and clean up after themselves throughout the entirety of our base. Because our main focus next time around, at least in the beginning, will of course be our newly found planetoid. So our dupes over here should have plenty of time to basically clean up all of this nonsense. All of it. Bring it all to the center of the base. That's where we need it most. Except, of course, the stuff that we can't actually reach, because that's sort of pointless. But other than that, the dupes can go ahead and clean up very nicely. And these dupes here will have a grand time next time around over here on their brand new planetoid. And they will definitely get some help here very soon as well. But this is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.